first easy. Porcelain. Okay, chat, are we ready? Chat, are we ready to say hellos? Are you ready to be cringe? You ready to walk into the dojo of cringe? The keyboard sounds nice, really? Ooh, ooh. Are we ready, chators? Hope we're ready. I hope we're ready. Ready or not, here we come. Hello. Hello. Hello, my sweets. Hello, my sweets. Hello. Oh, I need to decrease the latency because it is very rough. Look how long it takes. Oh God, I really need to change that. Whoo. Hello, Ant. Hello, Chatulus. Hello, Rose. Hello, Red Scare. Hello, Garrick. Hello, Lodcheck. Hello, Nair. This is the way, oh my gosh. This chat is so weird. This is the way I like to say hello. Free Palestine. Hello, Husker. I'm ready to reveal my cringe. Hello. Hello, Chazardus. Hello, Endodor. Hello, Porcelain. Hello, Packers. Hello, Chol. Hello, Peanut Butter Princess. Hello, Anan. Hello, Imogen. And critical support to Porcelain, a revolutionary struggle against Cell. I agree. I agree. Hello, Craze Jalapeno. Hello, Shiny Teeth. Hello, Ando. Hello, Business. Ando, I thought of you today because I saw an Epic. They're selling, or like getting ready to sell Prince of Persia, another Prince of Persia. I was like, Prince of Persia. And I wanted you to just be there so I can go like this and then that's it. But it was like not worth tagging you over to go like Prince of Persia. And that would be it. But there, now I'm telling you. Hello, the Frogman. Hello, Alex. Hello, wait. Did I say hello? Cornelia. Hello, Vic. Hello, Middle with Marxist. Hello, Alexis. Hello, Mama M Media. Hello, Bon Bon. Bellamy. Hello, Crimson. Crimson, congratulations on coming home. I'm very, very happy for you. Crimson has been in the hospital. I'm so happy to hear you're back home. Hello, Yokoman Johnny, and thank you so much for the $5 before stream started. It was very sweet. Hello, Cool Cat. Oh no, is that stand for Cook Cat? Does Cook Cat stand for Cool Cat? Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello, Red Orchid. Hello, Control L John. Oh my god, this chat jumps around. It's very annoying. Who did I miss? Hello, James Scott. My first one said error. What? Hello, B-Rad. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hi, Zai. Hello. Glad to see you're back. Turns out I wasn't subscribed to your YouTube, so I didn't catch the last stream. Hope you're well. Well, I'm glad you're here. Hi, Zai Rose. Hello from Palestine. Hello. Hi, Raid. Raid Faroon. Welcome, welcome. Free Palestine. Welcome, welcome. I'm not going to thank Sal. No. Someone who claims to be definitely Sal gave $10 at the beginning of stream. I don't believe that's Sal. Sorry, I'm just gonna say straight up, I don't think that was Cell. But thank you whoever gave me the $10. It wasn't Cell though. Cause especially if it was Cell would be here bragging about it. And he's not here. He said he's going to bed. By the way, chat, I realize that my overlay and everything is like pretty scuffed because it's like cobbled together at the last second. Because I keep treating this YouTube thing like it's gonna end any second now and I'm going back to Twitch. I need to start treating this YouTube thing like it's a little bit more permanent. So I will be dedicating some time to actually fixing this stuff. Because like, I don't know, if you notice like the chat doesn't really like, it doesn't, I don't know. I don't get it. It's weird. It's weird shit. Oh, also, hello, Kami Mommy. Also, hello. Oh, wait, did I miss some hellos? I don't think so. I also want to let you know, hello, Water Tiger. I also want to let you know, chat, that like y'all were asking last time about subscriptions and doing super chats and stuff like that. I don't know. Like, I don't really know how this shit works, but all I know is I've been, first of all, struggling with YouTube, like, permissions. It's been a whole thing. I don't want to talk about it. 2FA is wonderful, but it's also kind of like can ruin your life. So right now I'm trying to get it unruined, but that's been a struggle. But also I'm pretty sure I don't have the qualifications yet to be able to do super chat subscription stuff. I'm pretty sure the way I qualify is I do like 2 more streams basically or something, like including this one. So it's possible that after this stream and then maybe 1 more stream, we might be qualified for all that subscription stuff. I miss you. Hello, Red, and happy belated birthday, Red. Have you submitted an appeal to Twitch already? Yes. Yes. As you can tell, I am not unbanned. So, YouTube sucks and trying to figure it out sucks. It does fucking suck. It does fucking suck. Yeah, I'm a new streamer, okay? I'm a new streamer. All right. There's a queen in the chat. Oh my God, if it touched the corn, I'm gonna lose it. Hi, Queen Pib. I was playing Queen Pib's, what's it called? Wii? Nintendo Wii? Yucca Mountain Johnny, what? Thank you for the $40. Oh my God. Thank you for the $40. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Law track. Law track. Hold on, let me see if I can change my latency. Because it's so long. Doesn't let me change it? Like, I have to do it, like, I have to end stream. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, from here on out, I'm gonna have to just change the latency so it's faster. The problem is that, like, sometimes some people's streams can't support it or something. I'm not really sure how that shit works. I'm no doctor of streams, okay? I'm no stream doctor. Twitch obviously wants to fail first. It loses the one and only streamer ever. Then it fires all of its staff. Wait, did it actually fire a bunch of staff or is that a joke? I don't know. Thank you so much, Logic, for the 10 bucks. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, we are not... wait, really excited for the possibility of super chats because we have no way to donate to you. Oh, yeah, I'm very excited to see how that, like, all works out. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Wait, where did it show up? Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Wait a second. There we go. Remember last time we had to switch to this because it was getting all weird? Should we try that again? What's with my hair? They did LMAO. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. A third of the staff? What?
Hello, new streamer.
It says live latency 18 seconds. That's very long. Although if you think about it, for me to go from my home all the way to your home in 18 seconds, like that's actually pretty fast if you think about it. Like I go from all the way here for 18 seconds, then I'm there. Then I go all the way back here, say something, go there. That's like actually very fast. So as much as I think 18 seconds is long, we should also appreciate how it is actually quite fast. AMC3 and other female streamers back Palestine have been doing nonstop streams about them. Why are these people safe and Kira's left out in the fucking cold? Because I'm targeted by fascists on the regular. I'm like the most targeted fucking person. Like, not the most, but for my size, I'm absolutely the most. So I'm extraordinarily targeted all the time by fascists. They always have some sort of harassment campaign, some smear campaign against me. And they regularly like will have like creepy fucking watch parties where they'll like try to find spots that they can report me on. They make videos. They made, oh my God, thank you so much. Hang on a second. They made like videos about me being a terrorist and like a terrorism supporter and would have like timestamps in the video about like all the places you can go on Twitch, her Twitch VODs and report her for terrorism. So like, I don't think AMC3 and anybody else is getting that kind of treatment. I'm getting that kind of treatment and I'm banned. So, and I'm not trying to, and I hope nobody else gets the treatment for the record. We shouldn't be targeted by fascists and we should be able to, use platforms to talk positively about Palestine and Palestinian resistance. Can we see the I word on YouTube because it's coordinated by I word communities? We could probably say, I don't really know the ins and outs of the, I haven't taken a second to like learn the rules, because there's rules and then there's rules, right? There's rules and then there's rules. Like, I've been banned, Twitch has banned me so many times, and they'll just cite some vague rule about something about sexual content, vague rule about something about hate speech. And it's like, these terms of service, you know, the terms of service for these platforms are intentionally vague so that they can be used and wielded however the platform wants to wield it, to be able to take whatever actions they want, right? So like, you can read those in forward and backwards and not really understand how to even act, but you can, you know, you can try. And then there's like the actual day-to-day how you actually should act. So like, Twitch streamers have a lot of us have a decent awareness of like what you should and shouldn't do. I thought I did too. I'm like the most careful streamer, but I guess not. Anyways. Thank you, Queen Pib, for the 50 doll hairs. Why is this not working faster? Hold on one second. There we go. You got banned for speaking out against imperialism. Yeah, basically. And I mean, like, listen, at the end of the day, I don't even know why they banned me. That's the thing. I've been trying to get a hold of them, be like, why did you ban me though? Like, how am I supposed to write a good appeal? How am I supposed to apologize? How am I supposed to move forward, like, on your platform at all? I mean, obviously, you probably don't want any of that, but like, this isn't the first time they haven't given me an answer. And that's when I was like still not banned on Twitch, right? They just don't give you answers of like why they do the things they do. I keep asking, like, literally, what was the thing that made me advocate for terrorism? But they haven't told me yet. So I can only guess what it is. It's probably because it was probably something about, basically, if you're gonna be anti-imperialism, you're gonna appear as if you're pro-terrorism. Or you're pro some sort of enemy of the state, right? Like, you know, you're gonna be pro some sort of United States certified enemy. So it's probably some bullshit. It's an abuse tactic. Wait, Bellamy, I saw something go by. You have COVID? Do you have COVID? Do you actually have COVID? Why apologize to the fascists at Twitch? I know what you mean. I'm just thinking, like, in terms of what Twitch would want to see, like, if they ban you and they give you such an outrageous, inflammatory, extremely smeary reason, as in you advocate for terrorism, and then they're like, you have the right to appeal this, wouldn't it follow that you would at least give me some idea of what the problem is so I could appeal it? Anyways. Yes, I'm sorry, Bellamy. That fucking sucks. That really, really fucking sucks. Especially because you're so fucking careful. Oh, I'm so scared to leave the house. If you don't use loaded language rooted in an Orientalist thinking, they say you're a terrorist sympathizer. Yeah. 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 If I assert for the rights of oppressed people to resist their own genocide, it's called advocating for terrorism. If I present a detailed analysis of like what resistance against imperialism is and how they may use certain tactics, but in other ways they also provide certain, like, if I actually represent these organizations like they actually exist, then I'm called a terrorist for it.
Eyeliner looks really good today too.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I really messed that up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I need to thank everyone. Crims, Crimson, thank you for the $50. Holy shit, y'all are so fucking generous. What the hell? What the hell? You also have to think that the individual staff over there have their own agendas too. And yeah, 100%, and I'm almost certain that I'm blacklisted. They banned me 10 times prior to this. The last time they banned me was they banned me for 2 weeks, and I'm a partnered streamer that's been with them for a while. Prior to this ban, they banned me for 2 weeks for hate speech. And the hate speech was commentary grouping white men. And that's what happens when you actually finally get an answer from Twitch, because they normally never want to answer. They normally like will dodge. But if you actually get them to answer, like, what is the thing I did? They're like, well, it's because you grouped white men. So like, I've got to be on some sort of shit list with them. It's got to be the case. They call me, yeah, they called fucking Nelson Mandela a terrorist. Up until like very recently, by the way. Oh, wait, everything's messed up. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I got this. Wait. Yeah, come on, Johnny. Oh my God. Okay, so Crimson, thank you so much for the $50. I'm so glad you're out of the hospital. I'm so sorry you had to deal with so much bullshit there too. And I hope you feel better very quickly. And you get to play a lot of video games. Crystal Cat, thank you, Crystal Cat. Thank you so much for the $50 hairs and the hello, my sweets. Grouping white men is important. It is fucking important, actually. How on earth are you going to call yourself a platform that's dedicated to fighting, not dedicated to fighting racism, but is blah, blah, blah liberal slogan about how you hate racism, and then you demonize people for grouping white men, which is imperative to fighting white supremacist patriarchy. Huh? I was ungrouped and felt safe that day. Thank God. Thank God for that, Vic. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, who else? Yeah, so thank you so much, Crystal Cat, for the $50 and being so nice and generous to me and always so just like, thanks for giving me Star Trek. I've been watching so much Star Trek lately. Thank you for that, Crystal Cat. Queen Pip, thanks again for the $50 hairs and for your huge, delicious jugs. Thank you, Queen Pip. Please, everyone should drop a follow to Queen Pip on the cursed platform. All these platforms are cursed. Let's face it, YouTube is no saint. On Twitch, Queen Pip is amazing on Twitch. And Nair, what the heck? Thank you for the $100. I'm gonna go back to being a potato in a blanket now. Okay, Bellamy. Still can't believe they banned you for that. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yay, streamer noticed me. It's true. Eventually, I will notice the chatters. Glad you like the Star Trek. I do. I've been watching a lot of Voyager. And at first I've tried to watch Voyager like 4 times now. This time it finally stuck because the way I did it, instead of sitting down and trying to watch it, I just put it on when I was cleaning. And that way it starts to like creep in your head. Huh? Kind of creeps in there. Because if I just sit down and try to watch it from like just have all my attention focused on it, I just get so bored. Because the beginning is kind of boring. Plus, you don't know the characters. So much of Star Trek is getting to know the characters and then just like hanging out with your friends, basically. It's very parasocial. But like, if you walk into a room of strangers, there's no parasocial fun there. It's just a bunch of strangers. The first couple seasons of Voyager are rough. Yeah, I jumped to season 3 and just started from there. Hello, Lizard. We should all keep trying to contact them and tell them it's all a misunderstanding. Well, we'll see what happens. I don't know if they're going to even care, really. White is specifically created out of settler colonialism. The Irish didn't become white until like after the 1960s. Yeah, when did the Irish become white exactly? Was it like the 1900s or something? Yeah, it was very recent. Very recent. Saying you're grouping white men is bad is like just saying there's such thing as anti-white racism. Like, it's an absurd thing to do, and racism inherently groups white people. Like, that's, you know, like, I'm not the one that invented white supremacy. I'm the one pointing out white supremacy. Whatever, I'm over it. I'm so over it. It's not a big deal. I don't even care. I don't think it's a misunderstanding though. Yeah, like, I don't know. We'll never really truly know until they finally tell us exactly what happened. Huh. White identity is used to create outgroups. Every group that would go to America would be considered an outgroup, so the previous ones would be given membership to create rifts. Yeah, and also, if you want to be in the in-group, you have to participate in whiteness, which is shedding your own cultural, like, distinction and adopting a fucking Wonder Bread crust-free sandwich type of identity that also is marked by your oppression of other people's rights. So if you want to be in the club, get rid of your own culture and oppress people that are not in the club, and you get to be white. Are you sure you didn't invent it? I'm pretty sure I didn't invent it. I can't account for every one of my moments of life, but I'm pretty sure I didn't invent whiteness. Oh yeah, Discord donate. Can a mod? Ah, fuck, I need to add the bot. That's another thing. I need to make a list of things I need to do. You know what I can do? Can I pin my own comment? Can I pin my own comment? Possibly, right? Or can I just, somebody put a don't, you know what? I'll do it. I'll do it. Hang on, I got this, I think. Wait. Do I? Hang on. Hang on, I got this. I so got this, chat. Okay, I got it. Okay, so this is on-screen alerts. All right, now can I pin this? What the hell does this say? Hold on. Pin message. Look at that. We sure do live in a society, folks. Please clap. That's the best we can do for now. It's the best we can do for now. Look here, it's like when my union gets accused of creating conflict between landlords and tenants. Like, we're just pointing out the conflict that already exists. Yeah, and it's very, if you don't like the grouping of the white men, you don't like the conflict with the landlords, the solution is to abolish those things. Abolish whiteness. Abolish patriarchy. Abolish landlordism. I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it real, y'all. Just saying. Wow, her first time streaming, she's already an expert. Clap to the thing that happened 18 seconds ago. Anyway, so chat. Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. I woke up in the middle of the night last night and I was like, I don't know, sleep is fucking shit for me lately. But who can sleep? If you can sleep, go fuck yourself, okay? If you're one of those people like, oh, I slept like a baby every single night, go fuck yourself, okay? Fuck you. Anyways, for the rest of us, I couldn't sleep last night, so I got on Blue Sky like 4 in the morning, and I saw a bunch of people were basically giving a play-by-play of what Israel was doing at the ICJ, the International Courts of Justice. Is that what it's called?
Sorry for my language, butthead. Greater than I hope you've been well and 2024 has been nice to you.
Ando, first of all, that language. Please. She's just saying things and she's single. Ando. Oh, I really need to get rid of this latency. It's so long. I'm just sitting here clapping, waiting for everyone to react. Yay! Yay! Thank you, Ando. You know what? As much as this all sucks, Ando, thank you so much for the $100. As much as the whole Twitch thing sucks, I'm gonna say this out loud. Let's manifest it, chat. Okay, you ready? I know there's latency, there's a delay, but we're gonna manifest it together. It's a small dono. A small dono. A little teeny tiny dono from Matthew. Thank you for the $5. Chat, you can shorten your latency by playing at 2x speed for a few seconds. Anyways, the Twitch ban sucks and I'm fighting it, and once I'm sure I can tell you more details, I will, because it's but I'm gonna say this out loud and we're gonna manifest it, okay? We're gonna do some Oprah shit. 2024 is our year. 2024 is our year. 2024 is our year. We're inshallah. 2024 is our year. It wasn't a joke. Got it down to 6 seconds. Beyond that, it wants a buffer. Oh. Oh. So you get on like the bleeding edge of the buffer. I see what you mean. "2024 is our year. We will manifest it." 2024 is our year. Not our year. The year of Kira. Our year, comrades. That's right. Our year. Oh my god, yeah. 2x x2 speed helps us, lets us move into the future. The 2x strat is real. Oh my god. Ando, I bought, I've been craving Tahdig so fucking hard. Well, go to Misabzi, but I can't, I'm not about to whip out all the fucking shit. But I've been craving Tahdig as well, so I just bought some basmati rice the other day. I'm gonna try to make a vegan Tahdig. Because I know you can, but like, I'm used to making Tahdig with dairy milk. But dairy milk, olive oil, and turmeric, and then saffron if I'm feeling fancy. But I wonder if I can make it with soy milk. Like a nice, crispy. Guess we're doing 2x now. We're just a lightning fast community. Anyways. Okay, so I was up last night because I couldn't sleep. Went on Blue Sky, and people were like giving a play-by-play of Israel's fucking, like, I guess testimony or whatever the hell of at the HAGUE. Am I saying that right? HAGUE. She did Italy hands. I did not. I did not do that. So people are. Hey, Swolsome. Hey, Fan. What's up? It is close year. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it's close year. HAGUE. The HAGUE. HAGUE. Chloe. Listen, I've had a really hard fucking few weeks. Several weeks. Several months. Years. Okay? If I say HAGUE and it's wrong, you can be nice about it. You can be nice about it. You can say, oh, that's an interesting interpretation. However, as creative as it is, it's not exactly what all of society subscribes to. And then you could say it's HAGUE, actually. HAGUE. Source? We could, but will we? HAGUE. Why would we do that, my god? HAGUE is pronounced however the fuck you want to say it. Thank you. It's HAGUE in English, but a HAG in Dutch. Ha! How you said it's probably closer to the Dutch pronunciation. Yeah, see, that's what I was going for. Oh, you all don't use the Dutch pronunciation? Oh, okay. I guess I'll, for the ease of the viewer, I will say the HAGUE. HAG in chat. For the ease of the viewing experience, I will say HAGUE. I'm very multilingual, it's true. Okay, so I was seeing all of Israel's responses to South Africa's, because South Africa took Israel to the HAGUE. Took South Africa to the it is the HAGUE, but it's also, people say the HAGUE, they mean the ICC. which is different than the ICJ. So the ICC is like where you take like war criminals, like the individual war criminals, and you try them. From what I've read, if somebody is at the ICC, they're in big shit time. They're in the big shitter time.
Is it problematic to have a crush on a streamer if it isn't only based on physical attraction?
No. But it is problematic when it comes to me because my personality is also excellent. So what's your fucking problem? HAGUE is no closer to Hague than Hague. Shut up, Chloe. Anyways, also don't give a shit about what Euro-Americans want to pronounce stuff. Everett, can everyone just shut up so we can talk about the HAGUE? Can we all shut up so we can focus on the HAGUE, please? Thank you. Thank you. So when people talk about the Hague, what they're talking about typically, because the Hague is a city, like the capital of, what's it called? I want to make sure I get this right. I'm pretty sure it's the Netherlands, but yeah, the Netherlands. Okay, good. So it's not the capital, is it? No, it is the capital. Yeah. It's the capital, and it's also where like a lot of international shit goes down. So they have the ICC, which is where you take your war criminals, like the people, and you try them at the ICC. And if they're tried at the ICC, it's probably because they're in the shitter. Shit's gonna go down. So you should know that the United States passed its own law that says that first of all, the United States has not signed on. I should have gotten this all straight, shorted out with better language before I started today's stream. Basically, the United States has passed its own law that says that if anyone from America or any of America's allies get sent to the ICC, like they actually get tried and convicted at the ICC, that the United States gives itself permission to invade whatever entity is doing that. Or sorry, not specifically the ICC, but it's basically an ICC law. The law is there to prevent, say, George W. Bush from being tried for the shit that he should be tried for at the Hague. The Hague. So that's like a specific thing you should know about that. This means that if Netanyahu were ever to be tried in the ICC and like found guilty, which he probably fucking would, the United States, because they see Israel as an ally, if Israel still exists and the United States still sees it as an ally, which probably it would, the United States will be like, we're going to invade the Netherlands and make sure we can free Netanyahu. So that's a thing, but that's not the ICJ. The ICJ is also in The Hague, but it's not, doesn't have the exact functionality of the ICC. So the ICJ, I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe they don't actually have any, I don't think they actually have any ability to do anything about their rulings. I'm pretty sure it's more of a theater for the international community and less anything else than that. Am I right? The law even applies to people in custody before trial. That's true, yeah. Honk? Why is everyone honk if Kissinger's dead? So what I'm trying to say, and I hope I'm not misspeaking. Everyone's honking. It's the part of the UN that has no real power. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Thank you. So what I'm trying to say is the ICJ proceedings, the South Africa is taking Israel to the ICJ in The Hague to try it for basically violation of international law. Specifically, I forget exactly what they say, but basically they're trying Israel for genocide. So this is more of these testimonies are for the international community to look upon. It's kind of like an official, instead of a bunch of little statements here and there on social media, etc. It's a very much the most official way that the international community can come together and say this shit's fucked up. Although I don't really think there's anything actionable coming out of it, specifically out of this. Doesn't mean that nothing can happen outside of this, but yeah. So South Africa took Israel to The Hague, and South Africa presented basically their case like 2 days ago about why South Africa is in fact committing genocide. Or sorry, why Israel's in fact committing genocide. And Israel provided a retort to that. So last night when I was up in the middle of the night, I was reading people's like fucking play-by-plays of this Israel's retort. Israel's basically just everything is Hamas. If you haven't caught up, Israel's even claiming that South Africa is Hamas now. And I'm not using hyperbole. They literally said that South Africa is the legal arm of Hamas. On their official, like they officially said this. And that's, wow, I can't believe South Africa is in fact also Hamas. Can you believe that, chat? There's a real risk of international order of law breaking down over this, in my opinion. I fucking hope. Like, I don't know which direction it would break down in, but the fact of the matter is international law is not protecting the people that it claims to protect. International law, the UN, as far as I see it, these institutions are created by imperialists, where the imperialists are never really feeling like they're ever going to be, they're never really feeling like these rules apply to them. It's only rules that they can apply as they see fit to entities that they want to smear. It's kind of like HR. Like HR doesn't exist to abolish the company that uses the HR department. HR is there to kind of like, first of all, eliminate the need for unions. It's never eliminated, but they're trying to stand in for unions, but also to just basically run defense, like PR, and soften the blow of any of these like shitty things that these companies can be responsible for, right? In terms of like harming individuals that work for them. So I kind of feel the same way about like the UN and all these institutions. Like they might feel like shit is happening in the right direction ultimately, sort of, but like ultimately at the end of the day, they're not actually serving the imperial periphery. The imperial peripheries gets fucked over time and time again. Error! Oh my god, I forgot to. I was gonna fucking message you. I'm so glad you're here. Yay! Error's here. I'm so glad you're okay too. I hope you're okay. If the ICJ rules for Israel, then like what are we even doing? Can someone tell me? Because I'm like, I don't know. Is the ICJ like actually like? Is there a verdict? Do they say we pronounce Israel guilty of genocide? Like, is there a jury? Like, how does this shit work? Iran backs South Africa. Y'all, Janine has been like invaded by the IOF like fucking every single goddamn day. I don't think it's binding. YouTube suggested it. What the fuck? They're also getting upset at South Africa because, oh wow, hypocrites, ignoring the fact that it was the black South Africans who brought them to court, not the white ones. But even if it was the white ones, I don't get it. Like, and also you have to notice that like this is all Israel has. All Israel has is like technicalities and trying to like deviate, trying to distract you with like one hand over here while they do the genocide over here. Like, you didn't follow this technical manual to a T. You have previously done things that are bad, and it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if Hitler shows up and presents evidence for Israel committing genocide. Israel will commit genocide. Period. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who, how it's presented. Regardless if there's even a trial, Israel is committing genocide. Period. There's some truths that just you can't just like technicality out of. But Hitler cannot do that because, and this may shock you, Hitler is dead. So while also defending the white South African converts. That's also fucking true, Hero. White South Africans who love apartheid, are so sad to see apartheid gone, will do this all the time. They convert to Judaism so they can immigrate to stolen land in apartheid Israel and steal a Palestinian's house there because they just fucking love apartheid so much. Israel loves to welcome those people. They never have an issue with apartheid in that situation, nor do they have an issue with their own apartheid. Anyways, okay, so I don't know if I want to watch Israel's fucking testimony. I hear it's painful, although I do. I heard that in the middle of it, like the guy that, like the lawyer that Israel like hired is apparently really, really bad. And at one point he just starts like, I didn't see this. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. He starts like coughing and like then starts like shuffling his papers and claims that someone like he tries to straighten his papers out and he claims that like someone shuffled his papers. Like he's a fucking mess. Don't watch it. I hear it's really, really horrible. I hear it's really bad. It's so bad. Don't do it. Okay. Hamas shuffled his papers. Yeah, I can't believe Hamas snuck in, shuffled his papers, and then put a whoopee cushion on his chair and snuck out. Those monsters. Those monsters. Oh!
Glad to see you streaming, heart.
Thank you, Smutty Baba Yaga. Thank you for the $10. That was very sweet. The UK has already denied the premise of South Africa's case. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. My God. My God. So, I have the presentation by South Africa because the UN uploaded the VOD. Thank you, UN. I figure we can watch it together. It's 3 hours, but a big chunk of it is like lunch or something, and there's nothing going on. So it's probably like 2 hours, I want to say. The South African lawyers are incredible. I'm really excited to see this. Like, I know that the big React is going to be watching, like the big React stream thing to do is going to be watching Israel's presentation. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that, but I don't think a lot of people are willing to pay attention, it seems like, to South Africa's presentation, because I've heard like no one is covering it, which sucks. Like, Palestine is not like React TV. Like, I don't, it's not just like trauma porn and like genocide porn, you know, like it's important that we actually witness what is occurring and not just like react to, oh my God, I can't believe how horrible that person is. Yeah, exactly. I prefer facts to 3 hours of gaslighting. I also feel like there's an irresponsibility there in letting a genocider gish gallop on my platform, because I don't think I'll have a snappy comeback to literally every single thing that Israel has to say. I don't know what their presentation is like. I hear it's horrendous, but I would guarantee you there's probably something in there where I'm like, shit, is that actually true? And I don't want to be in that situation where I let that shit slide if it's not true. Or even if it is true, because like a fucking fascist telling you facts is not telling you facts. The BBC didn't show day one on TV at all. Of fucking course it did. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, and plus we already know what Israel has to say. True. We already know. Okay. All right, how do I do this? There we go. Oh, this chat's huge. Huge even. Huge. Those are people with lives and dreams, not just numbers. We need to understand this deeply when watching those news. Yeah, I agree, Error. I 100% agree with you. Error is right once again. Once again, Error is correct. I just happened to catch a Debate Bros coverage of the U.S. bombings of Yemen, and they were cheering it on. I was shocked. They're bigger pieces of shit than I suspected they were. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so fucking horrible. Oh my god. Yep. And debate perverts, not even once. Not even once. It's like, it's almost as if they're bloodthirsty fascists cheering on a genocide. Yeah, it's almost like they've been fascists this whole time. Wait, I should be on this side, actually. Wait. No, I'll be over here. Sure, you guys can guess who it was. Honestly, I couldn't guess because there's just they're fucking multiplying like a fucking virus. But I could maybe guess.
Hours impartially and Israel request for the indication of today and will meet tomorrow under Article 74, Paragraph 3 of the Rules of Court to hear the oral observations of the parties on the request for the indication of provisional measures submitted by the Republic of South Africa in the case concerning application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip, South Africa versus Israel. The court does not include upon the bench a judge of the nationality of either party. Accordingly, both parties avail themselves of the right under Article 31, Paragraph 3 of the statute to choose a judge ad hoc. South Africa has chosen Judge Dikgang Ernest Moseneke and Israel, Judge Aharon Barak. Article 20 of the statute provides that every member of the court shall, before taking up his duties, make a solemn...
So wait, they choose, there's two judges. Wait, how many judges are there? I wasn't paying attention. How's this shit work?
...declaration in open court that he will exercise his powers impartially and conscientiously. Pursuant to Article
No, Chris, I believe you.
Paragraph 6 of the statute, that same provision applies to judges ad hoc. Before inviting Judge Moseneke and Judge Barak to make their solemn declarations, I shall first, in accordance with custom, say a few words about their careers and qualifications. Judge Dikgang Ernest Moseneke, of South African nationality, has had a distinguished career as a judge, law practitioner, and academic. After obtaining degrees in English, political science, and law from the University of South Africa, he practiced as an attorney and an advocate with the Pretoria Bar. In 2001, he was appointed a judge on the High Court in Pretoria, and a year later, he became a judge on the Constitutional Court of South Africa, where he was Deputy
I want to hear
Chief
the bio
Justice
of
for more than
the
a decade
Israel
and
judge.
Acting Chief Justice in 2013 and 2014. Judge Moseneke is also an honorary professor in the Department of Jurisprudence at the University of Pretoria and has served as a chancellor of the Pretoria
Oh,
Technical
Chris,
and the
they
University
use the
of
term jihadi.
in Johannesburg. Judge Moseneke has received numerous honorary doctorates and awards. I shall now say a few words about the career and qualifications of Judge Barak. Judge Aharon Barak, of Israeli nationality, has had an eminent career as a judge and law professor. He holds a PhD in law from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and served as the dean of the Faculty of Law of that university between 1974 and 1975. He was appointed to the Israeli Supreme Court in 1978 and served as its president from 1995 to 2006. Prior to joining the Supreme Court, Judge Barak served as the Attorney General of the State of Israel between 1975 and 1978.
Okay, so it's
He
fair,
has taught law in a
safe to say that the Israel judge is a fucking monster.
number of law schools, including Yale University, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and the Reichman University in Herzliya, Israel. Judge
Israel and
Barak
America.
has also written extensively in law and has received numerous honorary degrees and awards. In accordance with the order of precedence fixed by Article 7, Paragraph 3 of the Rules of Court, I shall first invite Judge Moseneke to make the solemn declaration prescribed by the statute, and I request all those present to rise.
Okay, I don't care.
South Africa states that its applications concerns acts threatened, adopted, condoned, taken, and being taken by the government and military of Israel against the Palestinian people, a distinct national, racial, and ethnical group, in the wake of the attacks in Israel on 7 October 2023. South Africa contends that the acts and omissions by Israel of which it complains are genocidal in character because, I quote, they are intended to bring about the destruction of a substantial part of the Palestinian national, racial, and ethnical group, that being the part of the Palestinian group in the Gaza Strip, end of quote. South Africa asserts that the relevant acts are attributable to Israel, which has failed to prevent genocide and is committing genocide, and which has also violated and continues to violate other fundamental obligations under the Genocide Convention. The application contains a request for the indication of provisional measures pursuant to Article 41 of the Statute of Court and Articles 73, 74, and 75 of the Rules of Court. According to South Africa, I quote, provisional measures are necessary in this case to protect against further severe and irreparable harm to the rights of the Palestinian people under the Genocide Convention, which continue to be violated with impunity. South Africa requests that the court indicate provisional measures to protect and preserve those rights, as well as its own rights under the Convention, and to prevent any aggravation or extension of the dispute pending the determination of the merits of the issues raised by the application.
So they didn't include the West Bank in this application. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure because I read it a while ago. Let me see if I can find it for you. I can just pull up the application itself. So I posted a bunch of places. I'm a poster. Here we go. All right. So violations in relation to Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. I'm pretty sure there's no mention. Yeah, there's no mention of the West Bank, which is disappointing. But if I had to guess, I don't think it's necessarily because South Africa doesn't care about the West Bank or doesn't see what's happening in the West Bank. I mean, it's always possible. But if I had to guess, it's probably because they're trying to make a slam dunk case against Israel. And if you include the West Bank, for some reason, some people don't think of it as genocide. I don't get it. But I think in order to prove genocide, there has to be... First, it blows my mind that like some people could look at what's happening in the West Bank and not think it's genocide. But you know, we're dealing with the international court run by white people, so yeah. I think our chats don't appear on screen if we use the uncensored genocide. All right, I'm just gonna pull up your chat, like physical window then, because this is getting annoying. Let's just do that. Watch out, chat. Nah. For the record, what Israel is doing to Palestinians in the West Bank is absolutely genocide. Just so everyone is perfectly clear. And also, this genocide is not as of October 7th. It's been happening. It's been happening since the Nakba, to be clear. Because there's no genocidal language being used about the West Bank. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Or not as much. Yeah. It's probably something like that.
End of quote. The registrar will now read out the passage from the request specifying the provisional measures which the government of South Africa is asking the court to indicate. You have the floor, Mr. Registrar.
Thank you, Madam President. I quote, 1. The State of Israel shall immediately suspend its military operations in and against Gaza. 2. The State of Israel shall ensure that any military or irregular armed units which may be directed, supported or influenced by it, as well as any organizations and persons which may be subject to its control, direction or influence, take no steps in furtherance of the military operation referred to point 1 above. 3. The Republic of South Africa and the State of Israel shall each, in accordance with their obligations under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in relation to the Palestinian people, take all reasonable measures within their power to prevent genocide. 4. The State of Israel shall, in accordance with its obligations under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, in relation to the Palestinian people as a group protected by the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, desist from the commission of any and all acts within the scope of Article 2 of the Convention, in particular, A. Killing members of the group, B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to the members of the group, C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, and D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. 5. The State of Israel shall, pursuant to point 4c above, in relation to Palestinians, desist from and take all measures within its power, including the rescinding of relevant orders, of restrictions and or of prohibitions to prevent A. The expulsion and forced displacement from their homes, B. The deprivation of B1. Access to adequate food and water, B2. Access to humanitarian assistance, including access to adequate fuel, shelter, clothes, hygiene and sanitation, B3. Medical supplies and assistance, and C. The destruction of Palestinian life in Gaza. 6. The State of Israel shall, in relations to Palestinians, ensure that its military, as well as any irregular armed units or individuals which may be directed, supported, or otherwise influenced by it, and any organizations and persons which may be subject to its control, direction, or influence, do not commit any acts described in 4 and 5 above, or engage in direct and public incitement to commit genocide, conspiracy to commit genocide, attempt to commit genocide, or complicity in genocide. And insofar as they do engage therein, that steps are taken towards their punishment pursuant to Articles 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. 7. The State of Israel shall take effective measures to prevent the destruction and ensure the preservation of evidence related to allegations of acts within the scope of Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. To that end, the State of Israel shall not act to deny or otherwise to restrict access by fact-finding missions, international mandates and other bodies to Gaza to assist in ensuring the preservation and retention of said evidence. 8.
I'm just thinking about how Israel keeps insisting that Hamas did a whole rape campaign against Israeli women. Like they had these blueprints and planned to do these mass rapes. And then also Israel couldn't present any evidence of this because they said they totally saw the evidence or they have witnesses to rapes, but like they couldn't actually provide any sort of material evidence because it was so hectic. So we destroyed it all. even though they also claimed that they had video footage of the rapes, and then all of a sudden later, look, there's no video footage, but we're just gonna say we have footage of people that say they heard rapes. But then the UN is like, okay, we'll investigate these claims of rape, and Israel called the UN anti-Semitic. So like when he's talking about like Israel's gonna fucking cut this shit out and stop destroying evidence and basically stop hindering our investigations as to what they're doing and all the claims that they're making, I think of things like that.
The State of Israel shall submit a report to the court on all measures taken to give effect to this order within 1 week, as from the date of this order, and thereafter at such regular intervals as the court shall order, until a final decision on the case is rendered by the court.
And Joe Biden saw babies being beheaded. Yeah, so you know that snuff film? I forgot. I think it's called Whiteness or something. It's the snuff film that Israel made where they compiled footage from October 7th, both like the attacks, the GoPro attacks, and also the like the aftermath, which by the way, much of the aftermath was Israel caused because Israel like bombed like the kibbutzes. Israel like torched Israeli cars, you know, stuff like that. And then Israel filmed it, was like, I can't believe Hamas did this. And by the way, this isn't just me making that shit up. This is like, we know this now. So like, it's just so funny because during that snuff film, journalists were invited to see it. And before the film, a member of the Israeli government was like, in this video, you will not see the beheaded babies and you will not see the rapes, but this footage does occur. We're just not showing you the footage. Now we know the beheaded baby footage is fake. It's not a thing. And it's interesting that the so-called videos of the rapes haven't surfaced. In fact, in all of these investigations of rape, Israel just keeps saying they have witnesses. They have like a person that claims they witnessed a thing. And then later on, independent parties investigating. They're like, the people that they claim live there and that were raped don't even live there. Like they're talking about like 2 women of this age, and there's no 2 women of this age in this neighborhood. So it's just like, it's not even corroborated independently. I just think it's interesting that all their shit falls apart.
9. The State of Israel shall refrain from any action and shall ensure that no action is taken
They gave it a title, yeah.
which might aggravate or extend the dispute before the court or make it more difficult to resolve. End of quote.
I thank the Registrar. Immediately after the application containing the request for the indication of provisional measures was filed, the Deputy Registrar transmitted an original copy thereof to the government of Israel. He also notified the
And all the witness
Secretary
statements are absurd, yeah.
According to Article 7,
I want to say that if it turns out that Hamas or any other Palestinian resistance group or any other Palestinian that's unaffiliated with the resistance groups, because they exist, believe it or not every Palestinian is part of the Palestinian resistance. If it turns out there was sexual assault or some sort of sexual abuse instigated by any Palestinian on that day, that's horrible, right? That's awful. However, there is a big difference between like acknowledging these events that have occurred and dealing with them in a way that actually provides justice without using it as fuel for genocide versus and also like moving forward upon like verifiable facts, right? Versus what Israel's doing, which is just claiming it happened and just hoping that your heart, your bleeding heart for like the Me Too movement will carry over to believing Israel. Like, if it turns out any of Israel's claims are correct, what I'm trying to say is that doesn't mean that what they're saying or the thing that occurred is a good thing. What it means is a broken clock is right twice a day. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that you therefore look to Israel as like a truth teller, or you look to, or you believe every single one of Israel's claims. Israel is a chronic liar. A chronic liar. And just to be blatant out, like just to put it out there, the Palestinian resistance does not have a history of lying. They have a history of very much telling the truth, exactly what they've done. So you're talking about, and they have said that they haven't committed any acts of sexual assault on October 7th, especially as how they're being described, which is like a rape campaign. So like, I don't know. It's very frustrating to see quote unquote anti-Zionists, quote unquote, on social media, just repeating literally everything that Israel says, claiming, oh, genocide's so bad. And, oh, I care so much about Palestinians. But let me repeat the story about how Palestinians sliced off the breasts of a woman and played with it, and then raped another woman, and then shot her in the back of the head and kept raping her and then ejaculated. Like, you're gonna fucking say that shit? You're just gonna repeat whatever the fuck Israel tells you, but you claim you're an anti-Zionist? You're gonna repeat these ridiculous stories? You're gonna do that? Like, what? I'm just like so fucking disgusted with the conduct of so many so-called anti-Zionists. And of course it fits, because fucking people are liberals. People see genocide. It upsets them, as it should, but they're liberals. So they don't actually know how to deal with that upset. The way they deal with that upset is be upset everywhere with no fucking rhyme or reason, with no idea that what you're doing is you're actually fueling the thing that you claim to be against. If you are against the Israel's genocide of Palestinians, then you have a moral obligation to examine the things that you say and examine the things that you do and determine, are they helping or hurting the continued genocide against Palestinian people? Are they helping or hurting? If it happened, it was probably the huge groups of people that followed them through the hole in the fence. Yeah. Yeah, so like that's also a possibility. And also, can I say that it's very fucking frustrating that like, what I notice, like, if any of you are victims of abuse, Israel is like the ultimate abuser. It's an institution of abuse, existing to abuse. Necessarily abuses, else it cannot exist. Like, it's the worst form of abuser. If you don't know anything about abuse, just this is a thing. Abuse, like, a lot of abusers get away with their bullshit because victims don't behave in a way that many of the onlookers would think a victim is supposed to behave. It's called the perfect victim complex. So many onlookers insist that a victim of abuse has to be like quiet and cry and be sweet and thankful for any help and not lash out and not be toxic, not be whatever. This is helping to perpetuate that abuse. Like I said, you have to look at your behavior, look at what you say. Are you hurting or helping the thing that you hate? Are you hurting or helping the continuation of genocide? Are you hurting or helping the continuation of abuse? If you hold victims to a standard in which the only way you'll ever be supportive and in solidarity with them is if they behave a certain way, you are helping to perpetuate abuse. And in this case, you are helping to perpetuate genocide. If you insist that all the victims of Israel's genocide need to act in a perfect way, else you're not going to support them. Which is, again, why I'm like so disgusted with all these so-called anti-Zionists that will just fucking show up on social media and then repeat literally everything that Israel says about sexual assaults. Just repeat it all. Like, it horrifies me. I am so disgusted. Therefore, I cannot stand with the Palestinian resistance, but my heart is shattered, breaks with all these children that are dying of genocide. I hate the term Darvo because it's heavily misused, but goddamn Israel's that. Yeah, 100% Halo Dane. Halo Dane. I pulled up YouTube and you were the first one on the feed. Does YouTube have better discoverability than Twitch? What the fuck is going on?
Before paragraph 1 of the Rules of Court,
Hey,
a
Mamiro!
request for the indication of provisional measures shall have priority over all other cases. Paragraph 2 of the same article states
Yeah,
that
Middle
the
Earth
court
Marxist,
shall
yeah.
proceed to a decision on the request as a matter of urgency.
Hi,
This
Tracy Reminder.
imperative must, however, be
Thank you.
balanced with the need to fix a date of oral proceedings in such a way as to afford the parties an opportunity to be represented at the hearings. Consequently, the parties were
Ooh,
informed
lot track.
that the date for the opening of the oral proceedings, during which they could present their observations on the request for the indication of provisional measures, had been fixed for Thursday, 11 January 2024 at 10 a.m. I would now like to welcome the delegations of South Africa and Israel, and I note the presence before the court of the agents and counsel of both parties. This morning, the court will hear the single round of oral argument of South Africa, which has submitted the request for the indication of provisional measures. It will hear Israel tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. For purposes of this single round of oral argument, each party will have available to it a 3-hour sitting. In this first sitting, South Africa may, if required, avail itself of a short extension beyond 1 p.m. today.
Israel's team of villains.
These introductory remarks. Before I give the floor to the agent of South Africa, I wish to draw the party's attention to Practice Direction 11, which states as follows, I quote, "In oral proceedings on the request for the indication of provisional measures, parties should limit themselves to what is relevant to the criteria for the indication of provisional measures as stipulated in the statute, rules, and jurisprudence of the court. They should not enter into the merits of the case beyond what is strictly necessary for that purpose."
I'm just thinking about what I do know of what Israel ended up saying. And so basically, she's just like, please, I ask of you to stick to what is being of the charges here. You know, South Africa, stick to what you're charging Israel with. Israel, stick to defending yourself of these charges. Knowing what Israel actually did, which is just everyone is Hamas, and I'm such a victim because Hamas, and also we're victims of the Holocaust, so it's anti-Semitic to even say we're bad people. They completely fucking didn't do this, actually.
Quote, I now give the floor to the agent of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Vistumuzi Madonsela. You have the floor, Excellency.
Was Dersh unable to make it? I would love to see Dersh here. You know, in a way I don't want to see him, but
Madam President, distinguished members of the court, it is an honor and a privilege for me to appear before you today on behalf of the Republic of South Africa. I wish to express my gratitude to the court for convening this hearing on the earliest possible date to entertain South Africa's request for the indication of provisional measures in this matter. In our application, South Africa has recognized the ongoing Nakba of the Palestinian people through Israel's colonization since 1948.
hell yeah! Okay, already this is fire. So he's not saying this is a second Nakba, which is that was a mistake I made when the genocide escalated since October 7th. I said this is a second Nakba, and I was corrected by one of my Palestinian friends. He said it's not the second Nakba, it's the same fucking Nakba. There was never a stop to the initial Nakba. So this is what he says as well, which is 100% right.
Which has systematically and forcibly dispossessed, displaced, and fragmented the Palestinian people, deliberately denying them their internationally recognized inalienable right to self-determination and their internationally recognized right of return as refugees to their towns and villages.
Yes, so I believe it was the UN, I don't have my Hamas book with me, but the UN, I think, basically ruled that Palestinians have the right to return home. So this isn't just like a la-di-da thing that was just like just something that people said at a dinner party. This is like a legal determination, like a legal judgment that Palestinians have the right to return home. So he's saying that they have been denied this legal right.
In what is now the state of Israel. We are also particularly mindful of Israel's institutionalized regime of discriminatory laws, policies and practices designed and maintained to establish domination, subjecting the Palestinian people to apartheid on both sides of the Green Line. decades-long impunity for widespread and systematic human rights violations has emboldened Israel in its recurrence and intensification of international crimes in Palestine. At the outset, South Africa acknowledges that the genocidal acts and omissions by the State of Israel inevitably form part of a continuum of illegal acts perpetrated against the Palestinian people since 1948. The application places Israel's genocidal acts and omissions within the broader context of Israel's 75-year apartheid, 56-year occupation, and 16-year siege imposed on the Gaza Strip, a siege which itself has been described by the director of UNRWA Affairs in Gaza as a silent killer of people. As the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination warned on December 21st, hate speech and dehumanizing discourse targeted at Palestinians is raising severe concerns regarding Israel and other states' parties' obligation to prevent crimes against humanity and genocide in the Gaza Strip. This warning has been followed by a succession of warnings, including by 37 United Nations special rapporteurs, of the failure of the international system to mobilize to prevent genocide in Gaza. Today, we are joined in court by representatives of the Palestinian state, the Palestinians who work in the fields of human rights, including residents of Gaza who were in Gaza just a few days ago. They are some of the lucky ones who managed to get out of Gaza. Their future and the future of their fellow Palestinians who are still in Gaza depend on the decision this court will make on this matter. With the leave of the court, I now call upon His Excellency, Mr. Ronald Lamola, Minister of Justice of the Republic of South Africa, to make South Africa's substantive opening remarks.
I thank the agent of South Africa for his statement, and I now invite the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services for the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Ronald Lamola, to take the floor. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Madam President, and distinguished members of the court. It is an honor for me to stand here in front of you on behalf of the...
You know, it's fucking great. Great as in great, but also like disgusting. Israel is an extremely racist nation, and Israel as a nation, the people, but also the nation itself, like its policies, hate black people. Like Israel as a nation secretly sterilized Ethiopian Jews that would immigrate there. They would give them shots of Depo-Provera, which is, first of all, gives you a fucking lot of side effects, is not safe for just the entire general public. But they would give these shots, like I think like once every, 3 months or something? And they wouldn't tell the Ethiopian Jews what it was. Turns out it's birth control, because Ethiopian Jews in Israel were like, why can't any of us conceive? None of us can have kids now. This is really weird. Turns out Israel was preventing them from having kids purposely, and just Ethiopians. They would just target Ethiopians. Also, Ethiopian Jews in Israel that would donate blood, their blood would be collected and then put into a pile and called tainted, and they would throw it away because Israel is convinced that Ethiopians had HIV, and I'm sure other shit too. So like, and I don't know if you know the conduct that your average Israeli has towards black people, but it's not fucking good. There's a lot of extremely mask-off racism towards black people in Israel. And oh God, the reactions that I've seen online of Israelis reacting to the South Africans has been disgusting. I've seen when Israelis talk about how South Africa used to be a paradise until these monkeys, they said, I think the Israelis said like the monkeys came down from the tree or something. Like extraordinary racism. So That fucking shit isn't great. I'm saying it's great. It's great as in a sarcastic thing. It's disgusting, repulsive. But I do think it is a nice, there is a nice, like, kind of catharsis to seeing some of the, like, the people that fought and demolished their own apartheid, the black people that fought and demolished their apartheid that have victimized them, now stand up in front of the entire world and also point out the disgusting genocidal nature of Israel, who despises black people. They also made Chinese immigrants sign agreements to not have sex ever in Israel. Wasn't this going on as late as 2010? What the blood donation scandal, I forget exactly the years they ended. They're all way too recent. It all sounds like shit that should have like stopped in like the 50s. But remember, Israel started in 1948. It's like all this shit happened like up until like the 90s or like the early 2000s. I forget exactly. They also, up until the mid, I believe 1996. I don't have these dates perfect, but this doesn't have to do with specifically black people, but it has to do with Palestinians. How Israel would kill and harvest the organs of Palestinians. And there's a reason why Israel is the largest skin bank in the world. And it's not because Israeli Jews are giving up their skin willingly, which I believe is even against Judaism, not positive. Basically, organ donation is pretty much against like most religions. So, but yeah, Israel finally like fessed up to this, that they have in fact been harvesting organs, corneas, skin, internal organs, etc., from Palestinians without the consent of the Palestinians, obviously, because they killed them, but also without the consent of the families. And they would replace, like they said that some of the relatives would want to like see the eye, so they would glue the eyelids shut to prevent them from seeing it, or pack their bodies with toilet paper to give the appearance of a full body, and then sew the body back up, things like that. Prior to this, Israel claimed that all these accusations that they were stealing organs were blood libel, which is like, that's one of their biggest retorts, that they just claim everything is blood libel. But yeah, that's still happening today. Like they're finding, I found a mass, oh God, there were so many Palestinian bodies that were just returned recently that were missing organs. Like this was like a couple weeks ago. Like the Palestinians had to build a mass grave for them. Some of these bodies were just like basically unrecognizable. And so they just had to put these bodies in a mass grave and just call it. But like, yeah, Israel's still harvesting organs from Palestinians, but they're going to claim, if you say that, they're going to say that's blood libel, even though they have been harvesting organs in the past and still currently. It's actually allowed in Judaism? Really? Are you sure? You're sure about that? Huh. Yeah, I think there was reports from Gaza within the last few months where Palestinian victims were missing organs, right? And what Israel will also do is they'll just keep Palestinian bodies for as long as they want to keep them. And sometimes return them and sometimes not. In this case, they returned some. But it's like, why does Israel have Gazan bodies? What's up with that? Well, what's going on with that? I can't keep up with you, Kira. I'm too slow. Honestly, it's the latency. There's a really long latency.
Republic of South Africa on this exceptional case. In extending our hands across the miles to the people of Palestine, we do so in full knowledge that we are part of a humanity that is at one. These were the words of our founding president, Nelson Mandela. This is the spirit in which South Africa acceded to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crime of Genocide in 1998. This is the spirit in which we approach this court as a contracting party to the Convention. This is a commitment we owe to the people of Palestine and Israelis alike. As previously mentioned, the violence and the destruction in Palestine and Israel did not begin on the 7th of October 2023. The Palestinians have experienced systematic oppression and violence for the last 76 years. On 6 October 2023,
we have a body of a family member that's been taken by the IOF since the 90s. It's in a numbered grave, which is against international law. Oh. So Errors lives in the West Bank in Palestine, in the chat. So Errors talking about his Palestinian family. That's disgusting. I'm so sorry. It's so fucked up. This is why I question words like justice. Like, what the fuck what is justice? There's nothing that will ever make that right. I need to figure out how I feel about words, like how to define these words. The other day I was talking to a friend and we were talking about the word forgiveness. And he was presenting some really, really interesting opinions. Like he said that forgiveness, there was some really, I don't know, just really, really interesting perspectives. Like forgiveness is when you give up hope. You stop having hope about having a different past or something like that. I mean, he said it much more eloquently, but basically like you give up the hope that you'll have a different past, that the past will be different. You accept the things that have occurred and you stop hoping that they were different. We had a really interesting discussion about like forgiveness, and I never really understood how I don't know. It's a definition I can fuck with. It's a definition I can definitely fuck with because I have a lot of anger. I've been harmed a lot by people, and I would love to not have to hold on to that, you know? Not for them, but for me. So I can actually like not continually suffer every fucking day. But I would love to like do a deep dive into the word justice. Like what the fuck does even justice mean?
2023 and every day since October the 7th, 2023. In the Gaza Strip, at least since 2004, Israel continues to exercise control over the airspace, territorial waters, land crossing, water, electricity, and civilian infrastructure, as well as over key government functions. Entry and exit by air and sea to Gaza is strictly prohibited, with Israel operating the only two crossing points. Given that continuing effective control by Israel and over the territory of Gaza, Israel is still considered by international community to be under belligerent occupation by Israel. South Africa unequivocally condemned the targeting of civilians by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups and the taking of hostages on the 7th of October 2023. And has again expressly recorded this condemnation, mostly recently in its note verbal to Israel on the 21st of December 2023. That said, no armed attack on a state territory, no matter how serious, even an attack involving atrocity crimes, can provide any justification for or defense to breaches to the convention, whether as a matter of law or morality. Israel's response to the 7th of October 2023 attack has crossed this line and give rise to the breaches of the convention. Faced with such evidence and our duty to do what we can do to prevent genocide, as contained in Article 1 of the convention, the South African government initiated this case. South Africa welcomes the fact that Israel has engaged with the case in order to have the matter resolved by the court, after careful and objective consideration of the facts and submission put before it, as the parties to the convention have intended. This hearing is concerned with South Africa's request to the court for the indication of provisional measures and will necessarily have a narrow and particular focus. I invoke the words of Martin Luther King when he said, "The arch of the moral of the universe is long, always bending towards justice." South Africa's case will be presented by a team of 6 legal counsels, comprising of Dr. Adila Asim, Mr. Tembeka Ndugaitobi, Professor John Dugat, Ms. Blim Licron, Mr. Max Dupris, and Professor Vagan Low. Dr. Adila Asim, Senior Counsel, will provide an overview of the risk of genocidal acts in the perpetual vulnerability to acts of genocide. Mr. Tembeka Ndugaitobi, Senior Counsel, will examine Israel's alleged genocidal intent. Professor John Dugat, Senior Counsel, will focus on the prima facie jurisdiction. Professor Max Duplessis, Senior Counsel, will discuss the various rights currently under threat. Blinny Crowell, King's Counsel, will present the argument of agency and potential irreparable harm. And Professor Wagenlow, King's Counsel, will speak on the provisional measures. I now request, Madam President, the court to call on Dr. Hassim. I thank you.
His Excellency, Mr. Lamola, and I now invite Ms. Adila Hassim to address the court. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Reclaim, by the way, for this perspective.
Thank you. Madam President, distinguished members of the court, it is a privilege to appear on behalf of the Republic of South Africa in this case of exceptional importance. It's a case that underscores the very essence of our shared humanity as expressed in the preamble to the Genocide Convention. It's my task to address the court on the genocidal acts that have led to this urgent request for provisional measures under Article 41 of the Statute of the Court. South Africa contends that Israel has transgressed Article 2 of the Convention by committing actions that fall within the definition of genocide. The actions show a systematic pattern of conduct from which genocide can be inferred. Allow me to place these acts in context. Gaza is one of the two constituent territories of the occupied Palestinian territories, occupied by Israel since 1967. It is a narrow strip of approximately 365 square kilometers, as depicted in the map now displayed. Israel continues to exercise control over the space, territorial waters, land crossings, water, electricity, electromagnetic sphere, and civilian infrastructure in Gaza, as well as over key governmental functions. As the Honourable Minister has said, entry and exit by air and sea to Gaza is prohibited, with Israel operating the only two crossing points. Gaza, which is one of the most densely populated places in the world, is home to approximately 2.3 exit, described as one of the heaviest conventional bombing campaigns in the history of—
Wait, I missed it.
As one of the heaviest children. For the past years, almost half of them children. For the past 96 days, Israel has subjected Gaza—
Banned from the UN. What the hell is going on? Okay, we're at 2749.
them children. For the past in the world is home to approximately 2.3 million Palestinians, almost half of them children. For the past 96 days, Israel has subjected Gaza to what has been described as one of the heaviest conventional bombing campaigns in the history of modern warfare. Palestinians in Gaza are being killed by Israeli weaponry and bombs from air, land, and sea. They are also at immediate risk of death by starvation, dehydration, and disease as a result of the ongoing siege by Israel, the destruction of Palestinian towns, the insufficient aid being allowed through to the Palestinian population, and the impossibility of distributing this limited aid while bombs fall. This conduct renders essentials to life unobtainable. At this provisional measures stage, as this court has made clear in the Gambia-Myanmar case, it is not necessary for the court to come to a final view on the question of whether Israel's conduct constitutes genocide. It is necessary to establish only whether at least some of the acts alleged are capable of falling within the provisions of the Convention. On analyzing the specific and ongoing genocidal acts complained of, it is clear that at least some, if not all of these acts, fall within the Convention's provisions. These acts are documented in detail in South Africa's application and confirmed by reliable, often UN sources. It's thus unnecessary and impossible for me to recount all of them.
Oh, but the UN's Hamas, I thought.
Only some, in order to illustrate the pattern of genocidal conduct. The UN statistics that are relied upon are up to date as of 9 January 2024. In South Africa's oral submissions, we will illustrate the facts that we rely on with limited use of audiovisual material. Madam President, we do so with restraint and only where necessary, and always with respect to the Palestinian people. Against this background, I move now to demonstrate, in turn, how Israel's conduct violates Articles 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D of the Convention. The first genocidal act committed by Israel is the mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza, in violation of Article 2A of the Genocide Convention. As the UN Secretary General explained 5 weeks ago, the level of Israel's killing is so extensive that nowhere is safe in Gaza. As I stand before you today, 23,210 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces during the sustained attacks over the last 3 months. At least 70% of whom are believed to be women and children. Some 7,000 Palestinians are still missing, presumed dead under the rubble. Palestinians in Gaza are subjected to relentless bombing wherever they go. They are killed in their homes, in places where they seek shelter, in hospitals, in schools, in mosques, in churches, and as they try to find food and water for their families. They have been killed if they failed to evacuate. In the places to which they have fled, and even while they attempted to flee along Israeli-declared safe routes. The level of killing is so extensive that those whose bodies are found are buried in mass graves, often unidentified. In the first 3 weeks alone, following 7 October, Israel deployed 6,000 bombs per week. At least 200 times it has deployed 2,000-pound bombs in southern areas of Palestine designated as safe. These bombs have also decimated the north, including refugee camps. 2,000-pound bombs are some of the biggest and most destructive bombs available. They are dropped by lethal fighter jets that are used to strike targets on the ground by one of the world's most resourced armies. Israel has killed an unparalleled and unprecedented number of civilians, with the full knowledge of how many civilian lives each bomb will take. More than 1,800 families, Palestinian families in Gaza, have lost multiple family members, and hundreds of multi-generational families have been wiped out, with no remaining survivors. Mothers, fathers, children, siblings, grandparents, aunts, cousins, often all killed together. This killing is nothing short of destruction of Palestinian life. It is inflicted deliberately. No one is spared, not even newborn babies. The scale of Palestinian child killings in Gaza is such that UN chiefs have described it as a graveyard for children. The devastation, we submit, is intended to and has laid waste to Gaza beyond any acceptable legal, let alone humane, justification. The second genocidal act identified in South Africa's application is Israel's infliction of serious bodily or mental harm to Palestinians in Gaza in violation of Article 2B of the Genocide Convention. Israel's attacks have left close to 60,000 Palestinians wounded and maimed. Again, the majority of them women and children. This in circumstances where the healthcare system has all but collapsed. I'll return to this later in my speech. Large numbers of Palestinian civilians, including children, are arrested, blindfolded, forced to undress, and loaded onto trucks taken to unknown locations. The suffering of the Palestinian people, physical and mental, is undeniable. Turning to the third genocidal act under Article 2C, Israel has deliberately imposed conditions on Gaza that cannot sustain life and are calculated to bring about its physical destruction. Israel achieves this in at least 4 ways. First, by displacement. Israel has forced the displacement of about 85% of Palestinians in Gaza. There is nowhere safe for them to flee to. Those who cannot leave or refuse to be displaced have either been killed or at extreme risk of being killed in their homes. Many Palestinians have been displaced multiple times as families are forced to move repeatedly in search of safety. Israel's first evacuation order on 13 October required the evacuation of over 1 million people, including children, the elderly, the wounded, and infirm. Entire hospitals were required to evacuate, even newborn babies in intensive care. The order required them to evacuate the north to the south within 24 hours. The order itself was genocidal. It required immediate movement, taking only what could be carried, while no humanitarian assistance was permitted, and fuel, water, and food, and other necessities of life had deliberately been cut off. It was clearly calculated to bring about the destruction of the population. For many Palestinians, the forced evacuation from their homes is inevitably permanent. Israel has now damaged or destroyed an estimated 355,000 Palestinian homes, leaving at least 500,000 Palestinians with no home to return to. The Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights of Internally Displaced Persons explains that houses and infrastructure, I quote, have been razed to the ground, frustrating any realistic prospects for displaced Gazans to return home, repeating a long history of mass forced displacement of Palestinians by Israel. There is no indication at all that Israel accepts responsibility for rebuilding what it has destroyed. Instead, the destruction is celebrated by the Israeli army. Soldiers film themselves joyfully detonating entire apartment blocks and town squares, erecting the Israeli flag over the wreckage, seeking to re-establish Israeli settlements on the rubble of Palestinian homes.
There's like so many things I want to say, but I kind of would rather her just say it all. There's like a bittersweet, I feel it's like bittersweetness right now because I've been begging people to give a fuck about Palestine, and I have been shit upon for or ignored for saying so. And this isn't about me, for the record. I just want to say that, like, to tell you how I'm feeling. Like, people have like tried to cancel me. I'm banned off of Twitch for this, but like prior to that, people were trying to drag me because I would say abolish Israel. Israel needs to end. Israel cannot continue. I would either get dragged or I would just get ignored completely when I was like trying to get people to give a fuck about Israel. It's really nice in cathartic in a way to see how far the Palestinian struggle has gotten to see that people are finally fucking listening to the point that we're in the international court and we're presenting the case to the world. I'm gonna say we because I feel like everyone is in a way we've all kind of pitched in to get to this point, you know? This isn't like a South Africa individual fight. This is a collective, everyone who's been fighting for Palestinian like freedom. I see us all in stage right now. That's just the way I see it. It's cathartic to see that finally this is being taken, the tiniest bit of, it still feels like nothing, but the tiniest bit of seriousness. But it's also like so fucked that it would have to be to this extent. And it's also like like we were kind of talking about before, it is very frustrating to see that so much of the conversation is only about Gaza. And I know, and I do think there's probably like the legal reason, you know, they're trying to pitch a good pitch, right? They're trying to make a slam dunk case against Israel, and including the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. That wouldn't really make as strong of a case if you're trying to go point by point, but it's still like, I don't know. This whole thing fucking sucks. But it also is like a tiny part of me is glad that people are starting to finally give fucks about Palestine. Kira is problematic because she calls out genocide, and that makes me uncozy. Zara. Her mathing, 450,000 houses, at least 700,000 That's if every home had only 2 people, but Gazans average 5 minimum at a home, so we can let pass as 2, 700,000 at minimum. Also regarding displacement, I share in Discord previously from a friend that his family made the decision at the first opportunity to leave. They would leave and not return because they lost everything. I'm just thinking about like when she was talking about the displacement. Yeah, every day I go between feeling completely crestfallen and incredibly enraged. Yeah, I don't like what do you I don't think we were designed to be able to manage this. Right? Like to be able to like comprehend and process and live in this. Not that any of us are like in Gaza, right? But it's the like we live in that world and we're seeing what we're seeing. It's just like I don't know about you, but I'm like I don't know how to handle anything. It's just been worse since October 7th. I've just fucking lost so much weight since October 7th. And like, I just feel like, and I'm not the victim here, right? I can't even. Anyways, when she was talking about displacement, about how Palestinians are being displaced here and there and there and there, they keep getting displaced. I thought of this video. I think Motaz took it. It showed these children. They're just sobbing and they're walking with their little backpacks. Some of them are holding empty jugs. And they're just sobbing. And there's bombs. You can see in the background, there's bombs. And they're just walking through rubble and they're sobbing because they're being forced to move again. To like another place that they can't even call home. Another place that they just show up in and have to suffer in. And be scared for their lives. And be starved in. And have no water in. It's just like... Then you look at the shit libs on Twitter, etc. Just smugly, I have so no patience for people that aren't taking this seriously. I'm either sad, angry, or completely numb so I can still work a job and pay rent. Incredible temptation to just be numb. Yeah, I got it. We may never know the number of lives lost. Always assume whatever the media is telling us, it's more. Yeah. It's like one thing to see all these awful things Israel's done in isolated doses. Is another to see every single thing laid out comprehensively like this. Yeah, for sure. Worth noting that like 80% of Gaza itself were already refugees in the first place. Yeah. I try to scan through this and see if there's images. Hold on one second. 3924. All right. Anyways, I don't have anything profound to say. I just wanted to check in with y'all and let you know that like I'm glad this is happening. But I'm fucking not. I just heard Germany is joining the ICJ trial as a third party in this hearing on Israel's side. Because Israel's prosecutors shit the bumpers today and during today's testimony. My sadness fuels my rage. My rage keeps me moving. All right, let's continue. We love our streaming. What?
Settlements on the over the wreckage, seeking to re-establish Israeli settlements on the rubble of Palestinian homes.
Just know that under the rubble, there's always Palestinian people that haven't been retrieved. Oh, that was kind of jarring. Thank you, Yucca Mountain Johnny. Thanks for the $15. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. There's Palestinians under the rubble that have not been retrieved. And some of those Palestinians are still living and just dying. So Israel comes waltzing in after they bombed the fuck out of it people cannot be there and saving and trying to pull Palestinians out of the rubble when Israel arrives because Israel will kill them. And so now there's people's families just under the rubble while Israel walks in and does this little celebration on their bodies. Like, I just, oh, for fuck's sake. Nothing I can say.
Extinguishing
Thank you, Thasmadar. $25.
Gaza.
Thank you, Thasmadar.
Second, together with the forced displacement, Israel's conduct has been deliberately calculated to cause widespread hunger, dehydration, and starvation. Israel's campaign has pushed Gazans to the brink of famine. An unprecedented 93% of the population in Gaza is facing crisis levels of hunger. Of all the people in the world currently suffering catastrophic hunger, more than 80% are in Gaza. The situation is such that the experts are now predicting that more Palestinians in Gaza may die from starvation and disease than airstrikes. And yet Israel continues to impede the effective delivery of humanitarian assistance to Palestinians, not only refusing to allow sufficient aid in, but removing the ability to distribute it through constant bombardment and obstruction. Just 3 days ago, on 8 January.
Hold on. I have complicated feelings about this, all because my home country was lost due to America's interference, in the sense that a regime took it over. You're talking about Iran. And I thought that that was hard. I cannot imagine what Palestinians feel watching their home be destroyed and their people genocide is fucking horrendous. Yeah, I can't. Also, Palestinians don't look like me. There's something powerful about seeing people that look like you be slaughtered. There's something especially traumatic about it. So people that are whose like origins are in the Middle East, like you, Ando, will probably, if you watch any of these videos, be hit so much harder. Something really fucked about that too, that I've worked a lot on trying to overcome that in my quest to try to like de-racism myself. I've worked a lot on trying to like examine and overcome that like that thing in your head that goes like, oh, if that person doesn't look like me, there's some sort of meaningful disconnect that means that I don't have to connect as much with them. It's a really fucked inclination. I hate it.
Just 3 days ago.
Yeah, Ando.
On 8 January, a planned mission by UN agencies to deliver urgent medical supplies and vital fuel to a hospital and medical supply center was denied by Israeli authorities. This marked the 5th denial of a mission to the center since 26 December, leaving 5 hospitals in northern Gaza without access to life-saving medical supplies and equipment.
By the way, this isn't like a thing that Israel's only doing in Gaza. To me, and these denials, these are bigger denials, but know that there are smaller denials that are occurring. First of all, by the sheer fact that there is a blockade still being upheld around Gaza. The sheer fact that I think there's like 3 checkpoints that are all being blockaded to get into Gaza. That alone is already blocking any medical aid, right? But I just want to point out that it happens all the fucking time in Gaza before October 7th, where Israel is preventing Gazans from receiving medical aid. But know that this is also happening in the West Bank, where like I see video after video of things like IOF trucks just parking in front of hospitals, just parking there. No one's allowed in, no one's allowed out. Just doing that. They do this on the regular. Or just stopping ambulances that are trying to help people and like interrogating the driver, making sure that they can't like proceed, or if they do proceed, it's like with a big delay. Like, this is just something that Israel regularly does.
Aid trucks that are allowed in.
They bombed Rafah crossing twice, the actual crossing. Literally halted the first initiative of delivering aid through the crossing.
Not enough. Madam President, members of the court, this is an image of an aid truck arriving in Gaza. Third, Israel has deliberately inflicted conditions in which Palestinians in Gaza are denied adequate shelter, clothes, or sanitation. For weeks, there have been acute shortages of clothes, bedding, blankets, and critical non-food items.
Hey, Nightwing.
Clean water is all but gone, leaving far below the amount required to safely drink, clean, and cook. Accordingly, the WHO has stated that Gaza is experiencing soaring rates of infectious disease outbreaks. Cases of diarrhea in children under 5 years of age have increased 2,000% since hostilities began.
And guess what? When you have diarrhea, your body is dehydrating itself. You have to replace those fluids, but there's no fluids to replace.
And combined and left untreated, malnutrition and disease create a deadly cycle. The fourth genocidal act under Article 2B is Israel's military assault on Gaza's healthcare system, which renders life unsustainable. Even by 7 December, the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to health noted that the healthcare of infrastructure in the Gaza Strip has been completely obliterated. Those wounded by Israel in Gaza are being deprived of life-saving medical care. Gaza's healthcare system, already crippled by years of blockade and prior attacks by Israel, is unable to cope with the sheer scale of the injuries. Finally, the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls has pointed to acts committed by Israel that would fall under the fourth category of genocidal acts in Article 2D of the Convention. On 22 November, she expressly warned the following: the reproductive violence inflicted by Israel on Palestinian women, newborn babies, infants, and children could be qualified as acts of genocide under Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, including imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group. Israel is blocking the delivery of life-saving aid, including essential medical kits for delivering babies, in circumstances where an estimated 180 women are giving birth in Gaza each day. Of these 180 women, the WHO warns that 15% are likely to experience pregnancy or birth-related complications and need additional medical care. That care is simply not available. In sum, Madam President, all of these acts, individually and collectively, form a calculated pattern of conduct by Israel, indicating a genocidal intent. This intent is evident from Israel's conduct in specially targeting Palestinians living in Gaza, using weaponry that causes large-scale homicidal destruction, as well as targeted sniping of civilians, designating safe zones for Palestinians to seek refuge, and then bombing these, depriving Palestinians in Gaza of basic needs: food, water, healthcare, fuel, sanitation, and communications, destroying social infrastructure, homes, schools, mosques, churches, hospitals, and killing, seriously injuring, and leaving large numbers of children orphaned. Genocides are never declared in advance. But this court has the benefit of the past 13 weeks of evidence that shows incontrovertibly a pattern of conduct and related intention that justifies a plausible claim of genocidal acts. In the Gambia-Myanmar case, this court did not hesitate to impose provisional measures in relation to allegations that Myanmar was committing genocidal acts against the Rohingya within the Rakhine state. The facts before the court today are sadly even more stark, and like the Gambia-Myanmar case, deserve and demand this court's intervention. Every day, there is mounting irreparable loss of life, property, dignity, and humanity for the Palestinian people. Our news feeds show graphic images of suffering that has become unbearable to watch. Nothing will stop the suffering except an order from this court. Without an indication of provisional measures, the atrocities will continue, with the Israeli Defense Force indicating that it intends pursuing this course of action for at least a year. In the words of the UN Under-Secretary General on 5 January 2024, I quote, "You think getting aid into Gaza is easy? Think again. 3 layers of inspections before trucks can even enter.
I saw this.
Confusion and long queues. A growing list of rejected items. A crossing point meant for pedestrians, not trucks. Another crossing point where trucks have been blocked by desperate, hungry communities. A destroyed commercial sector. Constant bombardments, poor communications, damaged roads, convoys shot at, delays at checkpoints, a traumatized and exhausted population crammed into a smaller and smaller sliver of land, shelters which have long exceeded their full capacity, aid workers themselves displaced, killed. This is an impossible situation for the people of Gaza and for those trying to help them. The fighting must stop." Close quote.
Yeah, all international law is void if the judges don't agree with South Africa. That's what I feel like they have to, which is why I'm very, very grateful that South Africa is presenting this case. Because this is a trial of the imperial court's claim that they are the rightful police of the world, basically. This is a trial for like the current world order. If the current world order wants a safe face, it has to side with South Africa and Palestine. If it's more intent on gripping power, even if it's foolish, even if it means that they're necessarily it will kill them, then they will side with Israel. I think it's gonna be, yeah. The thing is, even if South Africa is found, you know, if Israel is found guilty, what is going to happen? What's the next step? Because the UN never does anything that Israel follows, like ever. Like the Israel doesn't care. They just complain and call it anti-Semitic. I wish I knew more about international law, honestly, times like these. In my opinion, the current world order is over. Yeah, it's just a question of how long it continues in its zombie form. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I also think that capitalism is over, but it's obviously still a thing. We're just in the decaying corpse of it. But these these movements within that decaying corpse kind of like dictates how the decay is going to occur, how the transition to the next system and what that next system is going to be. Did they find Putin guilty? Wait, okay, so if they found Putin guilty of war crimes, I'm sure they would find Israel guilty. So this is the ICJ, which does not try individuals as far as I know. I think the ICJ, which I've read, is like a relatively more recent addition to the international courts. It tries like countries, whereas the ICC tries people, and the ICC is what the Hague is like. When people talk about the Hague, that's what they're actually talking about. The ICJ is in the Hague. The Hague is a city in the Netherlands, but it's not the Hague. Is what people like refer to it. It gets very confusing and weird. I had to dig into it online with some people. So I could be wrong, but that's what I've gathered. My understanding is if the ICC finds you guilty, a person, like say Putin, that is like now the international courts are out to get you and they will try to abscond you, right? They're gonna try to put you away. Was he found guilty by the ICC? The ICC is recent? Are you sure about that? I saw people say sanctions. Wait, hold on. Let me find the... I have a... Give me a second. Just give me a second, okay, people? All right? Could you please, for the love of God, give me a second? All right, this is the post that I was talking to people about this shit about excuse me, I don't know what I'm talking about. The International Court of Justice, which, while also being situated in The Hague, is a different body than the International Criminal Court, which is colloquially called The Hague. Oh, no, you're right, Chloe. God damn it, Chloe's right again. Fuck. The ICJ, so the ICJ, the thing we're watching right now, is the older one. God damn it, I hate when Chloe's right. Fuck. Fucking bitch. The ICJ dates back to the League of Nations and adjudicates international law disputes between sovereign states, meaning that only states can be parties in cases heard by the ICJ. Their ability to actually enforce their rulings are limited, and it's completely possible for states, especially those of the international community, to go, no, that's bollocks, and ignore their decisions. The ICC is a much more recent invention. As per Chloe, they adjudicate criminal cases against individuals. Their actual powers are more tangible than those of the ICJ. The ICC issues an arrest warrant against someone. There's a decent chance their member states of the ICC will actually arrest that individual and extradite them to The Hague. Once there, people who are convicted actually goes to real jail. There's also the reason for the American Hague Invasion Act, which is an explicit threat that if an American war criminal or an ally is extradited to the ICC, the evil empire will invade the Netherlands to break him out of jail, quite literally, by the way. Bollocks! The ICC being found is why the US created the Hague Invention? I mean Intervention Act. Invasion Act. Haha, Chloe made a mistake. Everyone point laugh. Hague Invention Act? I don't think so, Chloe. It's the Hague Invasion Act. Invasion Act. All right? Get it right.
Madam President, members.
So yeah, I don't really know what the deal with Putin is. I have no idea. Honestly, for me, I do not expect justice from this, but this is important to put on the record for history. This should be engraved in history. Yeah, no, it's extremely important. I'm starting to realize more and more the importance of getting shit like down, like documenting shit and making sure that even the institutions that you hate are still forced to contend with it. Fucking sucks. I hate it. But like, while we are still existing in the decaying carcass of these broken institutions, we have to document, and then with those institutions, what happens. I don't know. I've just been thinking about it since this Twitch ban, that like, I wish I contacted Twitch more every single time that the platform did something horrible to me, like hosted something horrible that hurt me. If every single time I documented it, instead of just thinking, oh, Twitch won't do anything, that would be something pretty substantial, I think. And so I would have like a substantial paper trail of like documented abuse. But because I have no faith in the institution, I just didn't bother. And now I kind of regret that. We really need emotes so I can objection. Well, if you can make me a streaming, like a host streaming site with a stream chat.
Of the court, that concludes my section on the genocidal conduct of Israel. I thank you for your patient attention, and I ask that you call Advocate Nkatobi to the podium to address the court on genocidal intent.
I thank Ms. Hassim, and I now invite Mr. Tembeke Nkatobi to address the court. You have the floor, sir.
Rafian, can you keep it down, please? Please, bud. He's not listening.
Madam President and distinguished members of the court, it is a privilege to appear before the court on behalf of South Africa. I will address Israel's genocidal intent. At this stage, the court is not required to determine that the only inference to be drawn from the available evidence is genocidal, to order provisional measures, as that is to decide the merits. Rather, the assessment of the existence of an intent to destroy could be made by the court only at the stage of the examination of the merits. That some of the alleged acts may also amount to atrocities other than genocide does not exclude the finding of plausible acts of genocide.
Wait,
Madam President,
I'm gonna go back, listen to that again.
The merits. Rather, the assessment of the existence of an intent to destroy could be made by the court only at the stage of the examination of the merits. That some of the alleged acts may also amount to atrocities other than genocide does not exclude the finding of plausible acts of genocide.
So is he saying that if the acts that we're showing you show atrocities other than genocide, that doesn't mean that it's exclusively those atrocities? It could be more than one atrocity being occurred. Genocide and rape, genocide and blah. Is that what he means? Listen, I'm just a bimbo, okay? As you can see, I've been fumbling all over my words because I'm still rusty. I know, like we joke, haha, it's my first day. And I'm not, it's not my first day as a streamer. I've been streaming for years. For some reason, I made this decision in my life. I don't know. I am also like, I feel like really, I'm really weirded out because I haven't been streaming very often, so my mouth isn't working correctly. And also, this is a very emotional topic for me. And also, I am a little bit of a bimbo. Like, I read a lot and I can get it in my head when it comes to like reciting it and reciting it with all the specific dates and terms and names. I fuck up. So please, would you toss a coin to your bimbo? Please. It's a heavy subject to jump back into. You're doing amazing. Thanks. This is actually, for a while, I was just doing gaming streams on Twitch because I just couldn't like really handle any politics. And then October 7th happened. And then I was like, I have to get back into politics now. So that kicked my ass back into it. And now it's kicking my ass back to streaming as well, because I feel like I have to say something. I couldn't live with myself if I just didn't do anything. Like, I know there's a lot of protest signs that say this, but like, if you've ever wondered what you would have done during slavery in America, what you have done during the Holocaust, etc., like, it's what you're doing right now. That's who you are right now, is who you would have been in all these other.
Don't spend it all at once, easy.
Sel is asleep. He's not here. He's not here. Just because you're hot doesn't mean you're a bimbo. You're way more thoughtful and intelligent than any debate pervert. Oh, that's very nice. Thanks, Chris. That's very nice. What a nice compliment. What a nice compliment. What a nice, well-rounded compliment. Thank you. It's not Sel. Definitely Sel. Thank you for the $10. Hey, Marcion. Yeah, bimbo rights. Thank you, Cornelia. Welcome back to streaming, Kira. Thanks. Anyways, and also if you're new to my streams are very much like a collaborative, like I lead a lot of the conversations because I do have a decent amount of knowledge on stuff, but ultimately it's more of a collaborative effort to like learn stuff, which is why I'm so mad that the YouTube latency is so slow. I need to make sure to change it next time.
First time 21-year-old streamer for always keeping us informed about Palestinian struggle.
I is my first stream ever, and I am 21. This is true. Thank you, Killeron. Thank you for the $10 hairs.
Well, here's some money for my favorite bread loaf, bimbo.
I can use some bread. I made pita by hand yesterday. I made hummus last night from scratch. I made pita, hummus, and baba ganoush. It was very fucking tasty. Thank you, Just Johnny. Thanks for the $5. And I'm single. It was actually really sad because I'm just eating it by myself. I'm like, I really wish I had someone to share this with. But I don't. Thank you, Just Johnny, for the $5. I appreciate it.
Madam President.
She made Hamas. I condemned it. Don't worry. I was like, bad.
To Israel's genocidal rhetoric against Palestinians in Gaza. 15 United Nations
21, you look 19.
And 21 members of the United Nations working groups have warned that what is happening in Gaza reflects a genocide in the making and an overt intent to destroy the Palestinian people under occupation. Israel has a genocidal intent against the Palestinians in Gaza. That is evident from the way in which Israel's military attack is being conducted.
Oh yeah, everyone like the stream. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll pause it. But like the stream, apparently YouTube rules are different than Twitch rules. If you like the stream, it helps to like boost it and people can find it more easily. I don't know.
sneaky, but you get wrecked with money.
Oh no, I got wrecked! Well, Kira, it may seem sad having food by yourself, but it's even worse to have food with someone and wishing you were having by yourself. Good point. You made them? Yeah, I made them from scratch. I made pita from scratch. I made hummus from scratch. And I made baba ganoush from scratch, including roasting the eggplants on an open flame. Thank you, Huskor, for the $15. It's very sweet.
Which has been described by Ms. Hassim as C. It is systematic in its character and form. The mass displacement of the population of Gaza, headed into areas where they continue to be killed, and the deliberate creation of conditions that, quote, lead to a slow death, unquote. There is also the clear pattern of conduct, the targeting of family homes and civilian infrastructure, laying waste to vast areas of Gaza, and the bombing, shelling, and sniping of men, women, and children where they stand, the destruction of the health infrastructure, and lack of access to humanitarian assistance. So much so that as we stand today, 1% of the Palestinian population in Gaza has been systematically decimated, and 1 in 4 Gazans have been injured since 7 October. These two elements alone are capable
1 in 4
of evidencing Israel's genocidal intent in relation to the whole or part of the Palestinian population in Gaza. However, third, there is an extraordinary feature in this case, that Israel's political leaders, military commanders, and persons holding official positions have systematically and in explicit terms declared their genocidal intent. And these statements are then repeated by soldiers on the ground in Gaza as they engage in the destruction of Palestinians and the physical infrastructure of Gaza. We show this third element next. Israel's special genocidal intent is rooted in the belief that, in fact, the enemy is not just the military wing of Hamas, or indeed Hamas generally, but is embedded in the fabric of Palestinian life in Gaza. On 7 October, in a televised address, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared war on Gaza, and I quote, "Israel had started clearing out the communities that have been infiltrated by terrorists." And he warned of an unprecedented price to be paid by the enemy. There are more than 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza. Israel is the occupying power in control of Gaza. It controls entry, exit, and the internal movements of inside Gaza. And Prime Minister, Mr. Netanyahu exercises overall command over the Israeli Defense Force and, in turn, the Palestinians in Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu, in his address to the Israeli forces on 28 October 2023, preparing for the invasion of Gaza, urged the soldiers to remember what Amalek has done to you. This refers to the biblical command by God to Saul for the retaliatory destruction of an entire group of people known as the Amalekites, put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. The genocidal invocation to Amalek was anything but idle.
Remember this, chat?
Repeated by Mr. Netanyahu in a letter to the Israeli Armed Forces on 3 November 2023. Madam President, let the Prime Minister's words speak for themselves.
has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember and we are fighting our brave troops and combatants who are now in Gaza or around Gaza.
Oh, come on, UN. Fucking boomers. This is a major boomer moment.
The Deputy Speaker of the Knesset, Israel's parliament, has called for the erasure of the Gaza Strip from the face of the earth. The Defense Force agrees. On 9 October, the Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, gave a situation update to the army, where he said that as Israel was imposing a complete siege on Gaza, there would be no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything would be closed because Israel is fighting human animals. Speaking to troops on the Gaza border, he instructed them that he has released all the restraints and that Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. We will reach all places. Eliminate everything. Reach all places without any restraints. The theme of destruction of human animals was reiterated by an Israeli army coordinator of government activities in the territories on 9 October 2023, who, in an address to Hamas and the residents of Gaza, stated that Hamas has become ISIS and that the citizens of Gaza are celebrating instead of being horrified. He concluded that human animals are dealt with accordingly. Israel has imposed a total blockade on Gaza. No electricity, no water, just damage. You wanted hell, you will get hell. The language of systematic dehumanization is evident here. Human animals. Both Hamas and civilians are condemned. Within the Israeli cabinet, this is also a widely held view. The Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, Israel Katz, called for the denial of water and fuel, as this is what will happen to a people of children killers and slaughterers. This admits of no ambiguity. It means to create conditions of death of the Palestinian people in Gaza. To die a slow death because of starvation and dehydration, or to die quickly because of a bomb attack or snipers, but to die nevertheless. In fact, Heritage Minister Amichai Eliyahu said that Israel must find ways for Gazans that are more painful than death. It is no answer to say that neither are in command of the army. They are ministers in the Israeli government. They vote in the Knesset and are in a position to shape state policy. The intent to destroy Gaza has been nurtured at the highest levels of state, as President Isaac Herzog has joined the ranks of those signing bombs destined for Gaza, having previously noted that the entire population in Gaza is responsible and that this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, is absolutely not true. We will fight until we break their backbone. Later attempts by the President and others to neutralize this speech have not altered the sting of his words, which was to tar all Palestinians as responsible for the actions of Hamas. Nor, as I will show below, has it affected how state policy is understood within government. The Minister of National Security repeated the President's statements that Hamas and civilians are responsible in equal measure. On 10 November 2023, in a televised interview, he stated that when we say that Hamas should be destroyed, it also means those who celebrate, those who support, and those who hand out candy. They are all terrorists, and they should also be destroyed. These are orders to destroy and to maim what cannot be destroyed. These statements are not open to neutral interpretations or after-the-fact rationalizations and reinterpretations by Israel. The statements were made by persons in command of the state. They communicated state policy. It is simple. If the statements were not intended, they would not have been made. The genocidal intent behind these statements is not ambiguous to the Israeli soldiers on the ground. Indeed, it is directing their actions and objectives. On 7 December 2023, Israeli soldiers proved that they understood the Prime Minister's message to remember what the Amalek has done to you as genocidal. They were recorded by journalists dancing and singing. We know our motto, there are no uninvolved, that they obey one commandment, to wipe off the seed of Amalek. The Prime Minister's
fucking freaks
of Amalek is being used by soldiers to justify the killing of civilians, including children.
Actual
These are
fucking
the
freaks.
soldiers repeating the inciting words of their Prime Minister.
How do they all know this fucking song? How do they all know this song?
Israeli soldiers in Gaza were filmed dancing, chanting, and singing in November. May their village burn, may Gaza be erased. There is now a trend among the soldiers to film themselves committing atrocities against civilians in Gaza in a form of snuff video. One recorded himself detonating over 50 houses in Shujaiya. Other soldiers were recorded singing, "We will destroy all of Khan Yunis and this house. We will blow it up for you and for everything you do for us."
Must have been
These are the
recent.
soldiers putting into effect their command.
When was this? Oh, no. Yeah, it is recent. I was right.
שכונת סג'אעיה ז"ל, נחל עוז, בעזרת השם יהיה לכם.
גדוד חטיבה 828, אומרת סג'אעיה שלום.
מדהים. 30 בתים, גדוד 749.
כאן מתחיל הניצחון.
Fucking freaks.
עם ישראל חי.
The commanders of the army are also of the
So they
same
did it twice after that in different areas. Ugh.
mind.
I have no fucking idea how anyone can see shit like this and still deny this is a genocide. Disgusting. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Israeli army commander Yair Ben David has stated that the army had done in Beit Hanon and did there as Shimon and Levi did in Nablus, and that the entire Gaza should resemble Beit Hanon. Israeli soldier Yeshai Shalev published a video against the backdrop of the ruins of what was the site of Al-Azhar University with the caption, Once upon a time, there was a university in Gaza, and in practice, a school for murderers and human animals. Soldiers obviously believe that this language and their actions are acceptable because the destruction of Palestinian life in Gaza is articulated state policy. Senior political and military officials encouraged without censure the 95-year-old Israeli army reservist Ezra Yachin, a veteran of the Deir Yassin massacre against the Palestinians in 1948, to speak to the soldiers ahead of the ground invasion in Gaza. In his tour, he echoed the same sentiment while being driven around in an officially Israeli army vehicle dressed in Israeli army fatigue. I quote, "Be triumphant and finish them off, and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. If you have an Arab neighbor, don't wait, go to his home and shoot him. We want to invade, not like before. We want to enter and destroy what's in front of us, and destroy houses, then destroy the one after it.
Jesus.
With all of our forces, complete destruction, enter and destroy. As you can see, we will witness things we've never dreamed of. Let them drop bombs on them and erase them." As recently as 7 January...
By the way, this rhetoric has existed before October 7th, to be very, very clear. This is the way Israelis talk about Palestinians since the existence of Israel, period. It's just now... I really wish this happened before, but I guess we're just going to have to just wait. We just waited for this to happen now. We had to wait for it to get this bad. But to be clear, this has always been what Israel has spoken about. Arabs has spoken about Palestinians. They call Palestinians human animals. Yeah, I was actually talking about this on Blue Sky, because human animals and non-human animals is actually correct. Like it is a correct way to refer to humans and what we colloquially refer to as humans and animals. However, the way that Israel is using these terms, human animals, is necessarily derogatory. It is necessarily demeaning, because they're, full disclosure, I'm a vegan, so I'm speaking from a vegan perspective. There's an oppressive hierarchy called speciesism. The top of that hierarchy is like the most human person you can think of, right? The most humanized, I should say, not human, but the most humanized person. These people are like typically a cishet white man with money and land and shit. And then you have the most dehumanized, most animalized entity, which is going to be like roaches and rats and things like this. So this hierarchy is not biology based, it's class based. I would argue that Israelis see their own toy dog as more human than a Palestinian, right? So like, we live in a speciesist world, a world that is putting organisms into these classes on this hierarchy and then deciding that it's appropriate to cage them and rape them and skin them, et cetera, because they are this, they are that, right? Or it's inappropriate to do X, Y, and Z because you're up here instead of down there. Speciesism is the root of white supremacy. It's why it's the means to which white people, first of all, whiteness was created, and then later on tried to be justified, and then also used to enslave black people and all the other myriad of horrible things that whiteness has provided us. So when Israel calls Palestinians human animals, to be very clear, that language in and of itself isn't bad. But the context in which it's being used, it's disgusting. It is very much racist, because in that particular, if an Israeli calling a Palestinian a human animal, they are saying on the scale of speciesism, you are down here. I'm going to label you not even worthy of being called just a human, but you're a human animal, some sort of animalized human. We are all animals, for the record. All humans are animals. Humans are animals. I'm a human animal. You're a human animal. We're all human animals, right? But we're not talking biology here. We're talking a class-based system of speciesism, and that's what's being employed by these assholes. So yeah, human animal, not inherently a bad statement, right? Animal, not inherently a bad label. But in this context, abso-fucking-lutely, it's vile and repulsive and white supremacy and genocidal.
2024, a video of a soldier was posted online where he boasts that the army had destroyed the entire village of Hibat Azar. For 2 weeks, he said, they had worked hard to bomb the village and executed their mandate. Any suggestion that senior politicians did not mean what they said?
Oh, can I also say that if you do think Palestinians are animals, in what universe do you go, okay, there's lots of animals here, so I'm going to mutilate and bomb them? We found a bunch of animals. Our moral obligation is to incinerate them. We found a bunch of animals. Our moral obligation is to cage them and then take away their water and their food. Like, any way you slice it, they're fucking monsters.
That the meaning was not
B-Rat, B-Rat, did you see somebody recommended that book? And I was like, God, thanks! I love that book. It's my favorite book.
Gaza would be without any merit. The scale of destruction in Gaza, the mass targeting of family homes and civilians, the war being a war on children, all make clear that genocidal intent is both understood and is being put into practice. The articulated intent is the destruction of Palestinian life in all its manifestations. The genocidal rhetoric is also commonplace within the Israeli Knesset. Members of the Knesset have repeatedly called for Gaza to be wiped out, flattened, erased, and crushed on all its inhabitants. They have deplored anyone feeling sorry for the uninvolved Gazans, asserting repeatedly that there are no uninvolved, that there are no innocents in Gaza, that the killers of the women and children should not be separated from the citizens of Gaza, and that the children of Gaza have brought this upon themselves, and that there should be one sentence for everyone there, death. Finally, the lawmakers have called for mercilessly bombing from the air, with some advocating for the use of nuclear doomsday weapons, and a Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 48. The Prime Minister's genocidal speech has gained ground among...
You know, Israel calls the Nakba, they call it the War of Independence.
Some elements of civil society. A famous singer has repeated Mr. Netanyahu's Amalek reference, stating that Gaza must be wiped out and be destroyed with every Amalek seed. We simply must destroy all of Gaza and exterminate everyone who is there. Another has called to erase Gaza, not leave a single person there. Journalists and commentators have announced that the woman is an enemy, the baby is an enemy, the pregnant woman is an enemy. That it is necessary to turn the strip into a slaughterhouse, to demolish every house
slaughterhouse
come across.
See, again, I really wish people fucking gave a fuck about speciesism. I know that veganism is scary and makes you feel bad about your decisions, blah, 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 whatever. Learn it. Learn it. I don't care how uncomfortable it makes you. Learn it. It's so important. It will open your eyes to the content. Like, it is an incredibly important intersectionality between so many bigotries. It is the basis to so many bigotries, especially white supremacy. Saying that Gaza is full of human animals and that you want to turn Gaza into a slaughterhouse. Like, come on, people. Come fucking on.
Exterminate everyone. The intentional failure of the government of Israel.
I was thinking that, Dova, yeah. Dova, I was thinking it. I was wondering what these sick fucks feel hearing their words recorded in the ICJ is it Knesset? Remember, every media person, everyone who called for this, I was thinking that same thing. I'm like, how do you feel about your words being repeated in this context? Is this angering you? Are you mad? Do you feel nothing? Do you feel joy that you said them and that now more people can hear them? Like, what fucking goes through your head? I can't relate to a person that says these things. It's so like, it's so many levels of just like, just genocidal conditioning that has occurred that I can't understand. Like, what Pepper, if this were me, hearing me, if someone was like quoted me saying that and they read it out loud in a court like this, on an international court, I would be horrified. I'd be mortified. I would be ashamed. I would never want to show my face again. But I'm not the type of person that would ever say these things. I'm not the type of person that just said them and is still telling people to act upon these words. I can't even imagine what it's like. I can't understand.
Prevent and punish such genocidal incitement constitutes in itself a grave violation of the Genocide Convention. We should recall, Madam President, that in Article 1 of the Convention, Israel confirmed that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law. And it undertook to prevent and to punish it as such. This failure to prevent, condemn, and punish such speech by the government has served to normalize genocidal rhetoric and extreme danger for Palestinians within Israeli society. As MK Moshe Sada from the Likud party has said, the government's own attorneys share his views that Palestinians in Gaza must be destroyed. I quote, "You go anywhere and they tell you to destroy them. In the kibbutz, they tell you to destroy them. My friends at the state attorney's office who fought with me on political issues in debate said to me, it is clear that we need to destroy all Gazans. Destroy all Gazans." Israel is aware of its destruction of Palestinian life and infrastructure. Despite this knowledge, it has maintained and indeed intensified its military activity in Gaza. As to full awareness, in the week after 7 October, NGOs and the United Nations warned of an unprecedented humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The UN stated that actors must allow humanitarian teams and goods to immediately and safely reach the hundreds of thousands of people in need. So right from the beginning, Israel knew that it was depriving water, food, electricity, and essentials for survival. It said so. Everything is closed. It has known that it was depriving Palestinians of health care and treatment for injury in the middle of an unprecedented bombardment, of food and water, and of other essentials for survival. This prompted the World Health Organization to say, we are on our knees asking for sustained, scaled-up, protected humanitarian operations, appealing to all those in a situation to make a decision or influence decision makers to give us the humanitarian space to address this human catastrophe. Despite this knowledge, Israel continues to target infrastructure essential for survival: water and sanitation infrastructure, solar panels, bakeries, mills, crops. It bombs hospitals, decimating the healthcare system. It targets aid workers and the infrastructure of the United Nations. It is because of the policy of Israel that Gaza has become a place of death and despair. In conclusion, Madam President, many propagators of grave atrocities have protested that they were misunderstood, that they did not mean what they said, and that their own words were taken out of context. What state would admit to a genocidal intent? Yet, the distinctive feature of this case has not been the silence as such, but the reiteration and repetition of genocidal speech throughout every sphere of state in Israel. We remind the court of the identity and authority of the genocidal inciters: the Prime Minister, the President, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, members of the Knesset, senior army officials, and foot soldiers. Genocidal utterances are therefore not out in the fringes. They are embodied in state policy. The intent to destroy is plainly understood by soldiers on the ground. It is also fully understood by some within the Israeli society, with the government facing criticism for allowing in any aid to Gaza on the basis that it is recanting on its promise to starve Palestinians. Any suggestion that Israeli officials did not mean what they said or were not fully understood by soldiers and civilians alike to mean what they said should be rejected by this court. The evidence of genocidal intent is not only chilling, it is also overwhelming and incontrovertible. Madam President, it is now my honor to request you to call Mr. John Dugard on the subject of jurisdiction.
I thank Mr. Ngukai Toby, and I now invite Professor John Dugard to take the floor. You have the floor, Professor.
Madam President, distinguished members of the court, it is a great privilege to appear before you today on behalf of the Republic of South Africa. In my speech, I will address the question of jurisdiction. The people of South Africa and of Israel both have a history of suffering. Both states have become parties to the Genocide Convention in the determination to end suffering. In this spirit, neither has attached a reservation to Article 9 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. It is in terms of this convention dedicated to saving humanity that South Africa brings this dispute before the court. The prohibition on genocide is a peremptory norm. Obligations under the Genocide Convention are erga omnes, obligations owed to the international community as a whole. States parties to this convention are obliged not only to desist from genocidal acts, but also to prevent them. That the obligation of state parties to prevent acts of genocide is the foundation of the convention is clear from its placement in Article 1 of the Convention. Article 9 of the Genocide Convention makes it clear that state parties are guardians of the Genocide Convention. Unlike other treaties designed to protect human rights, it does not oblige states to pursue negotiations as a prelude to approaching this court. It does not treat the ending of genocidal acts as a bilateral affair between states. Instead, it envisages a situation in which a state, acting on behalf of the international community as a whole, seizes the jurisdiction of the court as a matter of urgency to prevent genocide. South Africa has a long history of close relations with Israel. For this reason, it did not bring the dispute immediately to the attention of the court. It watched with horror as Israel responded to the terrible atrocities committed against its people on 7th of October with an attack on Gaza that resulted in the indiscriminate killing of innocent Palestinian civilians, most of whom were women and children. The South African government repeatedly voiced its concerns in the Security Council and in public statements that Israel's actions had become genocidal. On 10 November, in a formal diplomatic démarche, it informed Israel that while it condemned the actions of Hamas, it wanted the International Criminal Court to investigate the leadership of Israel for international crimes, including genocide. As the court will know, the definition of genocide in the Rome Statute repeats that of the Genocide Convention. On 17 October, South Africa referred Israel's commission of the crime of genocide to the International Criminal Court for, quote, vigorous investigation, unquote. In announcing this decision, President Ramaphosa publicly expressed his abhorrence for what is happening right now in Gaza, which is now turned into a concentration camp where genocide is taking place. To accuse a state of committing acts of genocide and to condemn it in such strong language is a major act on the part of a state.
Yeah, what does this red robe mean?
At this stage, it became clear that there was a serious dispute between South Africa and Israel, which would end only with the end of Israel's genocidal acts.
By the way, one of you mentioned this earlier because we've been talking about it in the chat, but I want to say out loud. I heard that the BBC only aired the Israel side and not the opening, the whole reason that this is happening, which is South Africa brought it to the courts, which is just fucking. So yeah, I was thinking about broadcasting the Israel side just to have something miserable that we could all hate together, maybe make some fucking dark ass game about. I saw some like was it like a TikToker that was live streaming it and doing like Hamas count every time that Israel says Hamas. Some people had bingo cards with all the absurd statements that Israel tries to make in their own defense and distractions. I was thinking about doing something like that to like somehow make an event out of it. As dark and as gritty as it was, because you know, at a certain point, how are you gonna fucking trudge through any of this shit? But then I heard that not many people have actually seen this. That the more people are seeing the Israeli side, which is like horrible and shows them as trying to make excuses and shit and lying, but like. And that's important to at least know that their defense is nothing and that they're just a tangled ball of lies and Hamas pointing finger. But I think it's way more important that we hear the South African side of things. And since the BBC didn't air it, and it doesn't seem like, I don't know who else didn't air it or did air it, I just thought that it would be a good idea for us to watch it. I took a screenshot of the UK BBC news site and put it in the Discord. The BBC. Are all the jurors just wearing the garb of their local courts? Oh, maybe. Maybe. I'm tired of the dunking content. I want the real stuff from our side. That's how I feel too. There's a part of me that feels like I try not to do the dunk thing, but there's a part of me that thinks I should engage in it a little bit because people want to see it. I have that whole like, I'm trying to straddle the line of like providing entertainment and what the people want while also, you know, not violating my own values. If I'm dunking on Israel, it feels like a place where I can engage in that. You know, I'm giving what the people what they want. I'm also, you know, still staying true to my values, although kind of not, because I still feel like dunking. I think dunking is a thing. It's, you know, it's like a treat, but it's not good for you. And having an entire diet of dunks, which some people do, rots your fucking teeth out of your skull. Like, it's just not, it's just, it's no way to engage with politics. Some people just, all they do is dunk, and it's just like, what do you actually stand for though? Like, what are you doing though? But yeah, I really don't enjoy the dunk shit. I don't enjoy it. It's not something, I just get angry and I'm just like, why am I fucking watching this? You can't dunk, you're way too short. Ah! As someone who eats candy, I reject this analogy. I'm sorry, Lachak, I wasn't thinking of you. I think there can be a balance, a little bit of dunk followed by mostly education, like a snack before dinner. Dunking is cathartic when you're a shit poster with 100 followers, but if you're a commentator, yeah. Exactly, I'm so over it. Yeah, to me, it also just feels cringe. Like, what are we in fucking, what is this, 2010? This is 2015? Like I feel like we've learned a lot of lessons. Oh, if you're watching me right now, you're probably aware of like the annoying debate bro circles, right? And you're probably on the other side of that. You've probably dabbled in it, tried it out because it was pushed to you, maybe even liked it for a bit, but then you realize some truths about it, that it actually breeds a lot of toxicity. It actually just reproduces a lot of the harmful systems that the people that are running the show claim to be against, right? It's reproducing patriarchy. It's reproducing it's like mainly patriarchy, a lot of white supremacy, and not just in the values that are espoused, but also in the purely the act of trying to dunk on another person, to be like, I am stronger and better than you, you weak, stupid, pathetic thing. And that's the entire act. It also does, as you can tell, lots of these debate perverts have shit values, but you might be fooled to think they don't. Because the dunk, what it does is it just constantly drags in a person who's like cartoonishly, has cartoonishly bad perspectives. And then you stand next to them and go like, see how much I'm a good person now. Your entire world now is two people. One of them has cartoonishly evil perspectives. And then there's me saying, I don't agree with them. They have cartoonishly evil perspectives. So it gives you this impression that the person is actually has much better perspectives and actually is a moral person, but in actuality, they're not. There's a lot that I can go on and on about this. This is not, I'm not trying to do a stream on why debate bros suck. They suck. But a lot of you who are watching right now are probably on the other side of that and are really kind of tired of that shit and are not really, you don't want it anymore. You're done with it. It doesn't mean you can't like shit on a shitter. But I don't know. I think it's something that I think people should be far more mindful about. I tried logging in with my Steam. It wouldn't let me email, and now it says you are not being verified. Okay, can a mod, I don't know if any mods are here, can a mod just help Reclaimed get into the Discord? I'm so sorry. That's annoying. I'm so over it, yeah. Those communities are so insular. I got banned for calling out V for cheerleading an American bombing campaign. Oh, was that the person that was fucking cheerleading it? Also, dunk, like, these debates, it's like, you want to, like, fucking take this outside and meet me out back, I'll fucking beat your ass, but, like, with words and brain power. It's just fucking cringe. Ugh. Yeah, I'll be exposed to the occasional comically wrong Brianna Wu tweet, but we really got to starve these people of attention. That's another thing. It's like, there's an entire attention economy, and they're just, like, all just... Ugh, it's so just like circular and incestuous, and like at a certain point they run out of targets, so they just reach out further and further, and These fuckers are always harassing me. So if you're looking for another personal reason that you shouldn't engage with them. If you like me, maybe don't hang out with people that abuse me. I thought you knew. No, I don't pay attention to these people. These people have all abused me, so I try not to engage with them because it really upsets me. But like to hear that they are these fuckers, that's so fucking evil, man. That's so fucking evil. There's some benefit to knowing what the other side is saying and thinking, but dunking content, constantly platforming that shit, is just making them more prolific. Sometimes these figures are too big to care about that anymore. Like with Israel is extremely loud with their propaganda, and it's really weird because on one hand, it's not like ignoring Israel makes Israel go away. We know that, right? We know that. But on the other hand, they are churning out so much propaganda that like there is a risk to platforming it, even to dunk on it. I always try to ask myself, I always try to like interrogate that before I dunk on Israel. I don't know. Just to give you some insight, like as a content creator, there is a benefit to being the first person to unearth some shitty shit and then dunk on it because you're the person that like breaks it. But that also puts an automatic like loudspeaker to the propaganda. So like there's this incentive to be the loudspeaker for fascist propaganda, so you can get your fucking engagement your dunks and therefore your engagement on Twitter, etc. But like, that's just another way that this attention economy just actually helps to promote fascism. Because even if you're dunking on it, you are still putting a loudspeaker to it. I don't want anything to do with anyone who's abused Kira. Well, thank you. Okay, let's continue.
South Africa repeated this accusation at a meeting of BRICS on 21 November and at an emergency special session of the United Nations General Assembly on 12 December. No response from Israel was forthcoming. None was necessary. By this time, the dispute had crystallized as a matter of law. This was confirmed by Israel's official and unequivocal denial on 6 December
Free Palestine.
that it was committing genocide in Gaza. However, as a matter of courtesy, before filing the present application, on 21 December, South Africa sent a note verbal to the Embassy of Israel to reiterate its view that Israel's acts of genocide in Gaza amounted to genocide, that it, as a state party to the Genocide Convention, was under an obligation to prevent genocide from being committed. Israel responded by way of a note verbal that failed to address the issues raised by South Africa in its note, and neither affirmed nor denied the existence of a dispute. This was emailed later on the 27th of December. This note was received by the relevant South African team on the 29th of December after the present application was filed. On 4 January, South Africa replied to this note verbal, highlighting Israel's failure to prevent any response to the matters raised by South Africa over the previous months, as reiterated in its note verbal. South Africa made it clear that given Israel's ongoing conduct against Palestinians in Gaza, the dispute referred to in its note verbal of 21 December remained unresolved and was plainly not capable of resolution by way of a bilateral meeting. Nevertheless, South Africa proposed a meeting on 5 January, again out of courtesy. Israel responded to this note verbal by proposing that we reconnect to coordinate a meeting at the earliest opportunity after the close of hearings in the present case. To this, South Africa understandably replied that such a meeting would serve no purpose. Madam President, these notes verbal are all to be found in the judge's folder. The existence of a dispute is a matter to be determined by an objective determination of the facts as they existed at the time of the filing of the application. At this time, South Africa had already accused Israel in the Security Council, the General Assembly, and other public fora of engaging in genocidal acts. It had conducted a diplomatic démarche on Israel, warning it that
what are you listening to?
Its conduct as genocidal. It had requested the International Criminal Court to vigorously investigate crimes under the Genocide Convention committed by Israel in the Gaza Strip, and it accused Israel inter alia of the deliberate targeting of civilians, intentionally causing starvation and impeding relief supplies. It had accused Israeli leaders of expressing, quote, the intent of committing genocide. Israel had flatly denied South Africa's accusations. Despite these harsh accusations, Israel has persisted in its genocidal acts against the population of Gaza. What more evidence could be required to establish a dispute? It is precisely because of a situation of this kind, affecting the international community as a whole, that Article 9 of the Genocide Convention does not require negotiations as a precondition to seizing the jurisdiction of the court. Certainly, a respondent state cannot prevent a referral to the court.
So right now he's currently explaining the path South Africa took action against Israel, leading them to bringing them to the fucking sentence. Currently explaining the path South Africa took action against Israel, leading to them bringing them to the ICJ. So you everyone get that? This person's red robes is because he's a professor at the University of Pretoria, I think. Professor being more senior in countries following the British model than the American model.
Claiming that there is no dispute and that it wants discussions on this matter when the existence of the dispute is clear. For a state to considerations that apply to the existence of a dispute and Article 9 of the Genocide Convention,
a little much.
Between a state that brings an application in furtherance of its obligation to prevent genocide and a state accused of committing genocide. This concludes my speech, Madam President. I thank you, the members of the court, for your attention. I now ask you to call to the podium Professor Max du Plessis to address you on the nature of the rights requiring protection and the link between such rights and the measures requested. Thank you.
Listen, if you don't like the YouTube interface, we need to create our own interface and we can embed YouTube streams there. Simply create me a new interface. Simply create it. That's all I'm asking. I'm simply asking. Okay, so there's a big gap in the middle.
Interpretation of the convention, and the court must be concerned to preserve by such measures the rights which may subsequently be adjudged by it.
Get right on that, thank you.
Palestinians in Gaza as a very substantial and important part of the Palestinian national, racial, and ethnical group, simply but profoundly are entitled to exist. As South Africa's ambassador pointed out in opening, to situate the right to exist and the threats to that right requires the court to appreciate that this application by South Africa is brought within a particular context. What is happening in Gaza now is not correctly framed as a simple conflict between two parties. It entails instead destructive acts perpetrated by an occupying power, Israel, that has subjected the Palestinian people to an oppressive and prolonged violation of their right to self-determination for more than half a century. And those violations occur in a world where Israel, for years, has regarded itself as beyond and above the law. As the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories explained in 2022,
bunnies are being
quote,
cute.
"The occupation by Israel has been conducted in profound defiance of international law and hundreds of United Nations resolutions with scant pushback from the international community." That context is important, as South Africa made clear in its application. Where the international community has failed Palestinians for so long, and despite Israel's willful defiance of Palestinians' rights, South Africa turns to this court, seeking to protect the core rights of Palestinians in Gaza to be protected from acts of genocide, attempted genocide, direct and public incitement to genocide, and complicity in and conspiracy to commit genocide. As the court knows, the Convention prohibits the destruction of a group or part of that group, including through killing, causing serious bodily and mental harm, and inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about the group's physical destruction. Through these core rights, the Convention further protects the rights of its members to life and physical and mental integrity. Palestinians in Gaza, women, men, children, because of their membership in a group, are protected by the Convention, as is the group itself. And the core rights are violated and threatened by a remarkable set of facts outlined by my colleagues and set out in detail in South Africa's application with supporting evidence. In the speeches to this court today, South Africa has chosen, as you've heard, to avoid the showing of graphic videos and photos. It has decided against turning this court into a theatre for spectacle. It knows, as well as your excellencies, the temptation for both sides in a dispute to parade pictures to shock. But South Africa's application in this court today is built on a foundation of clear legal rights, not images. The detailed material before the court is marshalled to show a case for provisional measures based firmly on this court's prior decisions, and South Africa advances its case on the basis that Palestinians' rights are equally as worthy of protection on the unprecedented evidence before you as those of the victim groups that this honourable court has previously protected by its issuance of provisional measures in the past. The material confirms the rights in issue and their violation, that Israel has committed and is committing acts capable of being characterized as genocidal. You have heard from Ms. Hassim about direct extermination of thousands of people and children of the Palestinian population in Gaza since 7 October last year. And South Africa and the world together stand witness to the forced evacuation of over 85% of the population of Gaza from their homes, and the herding of them into ever smaller areas without adequate shelter or medical care to be attacked, killed, and harmed. So, the rights are immediately and urgently in need of protection because of the ongoing denial by Israel of the conditions necessary for life. It is difficult, with respect, to think of a clearer or more abundantly urgent case. Arif Hussain, the chief economist at the United Nations World Food Programme, chillingly warned a week ago on the 3rd of January, and I quote, "I've been doing this," he said, "for the past 2 decades, and I've been to all kinds of conflicts and all kinds of crises. And for me, the situation in Gaza, is unprecedented because of, 1, the magnitude, the scale, the entire population of a particular place. 2nd, the severity. And 3rd, the speed at which this is happening, at which this has unfolded, is unprecedented." He concluded, "In my life, I've never seen anything like this in terms of severity, in terms of scale, and then in terms of speed."
Who's saying this?
Madam President, esteemed judges, the core rights on the evidence provided by South Africa in its application are demonstrably being violated. Multiple further statements by UN bodies and experts, as well as various expert human rights organizations and institutions and states, all of which is set out in South Africa's application, confirm as much. They collectively have considered the acts committed by Israel to be genocidal, or at the very least warned that the Palestinian people are at risk of genocide. Since the application was initiated, further states, 13 to date, including the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, representing 57 states, as well as other experts, have expressed their support for the case, thereby underlining the plausibility of South Africa's claim for provisional measures. For the purposes of the indication of provisional measures, the rights asserted by South Africa under the Genocide Convention and their protection corresponds with the very object and purpose of the Convention. Based on the materials before the court, the acts by Israel complained of are capable of being characterized as at least plausibly genocidal. As Mr. Nkonkatobi has explicated, the evidence of the specific genocidal intent is clear from the statements by Israeli government officials and soldiers towards Palestinians in Gaza, and which may be characterized as at the very least plausibly genocidal. This at least plausible genocidal intent can also be deduced from the pattern of conduct against Palestinians in Gaza. It is also, again at the very least, plausible that Israel has failed to prevent or to punish genocide, conspiracy to commit genocide, direct and public incitement to genocide, attempted genocide, and complicity in genocide. And it is further plausible that South Africa has an obligation to prevent genocide, including by taking all reasonable measures within its powers to influence effectively the actions of persons perpetrating and likely to commit genocide or engaging in direct or public incitement to genocide. So let me be clear. South Africa's obligation is motivated by the need to protect Palestinians in Gaza and their absolute rights not to be subjected to genocidal acts. Notwithstanding the incontestably serious nature of the allegations against Israel, the court should not be required, before granting provisional measures, to ascertain whether the existence of a genocidal intent is the only plausible inference to be drawn from the material before it. That would amount to the court making a determination on the merits. Moreover, South Africa has stressed that any motive or effort by Israel to destroy Hamas does not preclude genocidal intent by Israel towards the whole or part of the Palestinian people in Gaza. Evidence of other motives explaining its conduct as a perpetrator will not save Israel from a finding that it also possessed the requisite genocidal intent. And because of a fundamental feature of genocide, namely that the prohibitions on genocide and associated offences are jus cogens in nature, they are subject, therefore, to no exceptional qualification. They are absolute in nature, in times of war and peace, always and everywhere. Furthermore, the fact that the alleged acts may also be characterized as crimes other than genocide should not exclude the plausible inference of the existence of genocidal intent.
We're doing some reruns in this one. Some of this is very much geared towards like dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. It sounds like, I'm not a lawyer, but the impression I'm getting is that they're laying this out in a legalese way to not allow for any sort of technicality to... You sound like you're about to end. No, I'm not about to end. I will end when this video is over, though.
What is being asked to do in these proceedings, interdicting genocidal acts on an interim basis, is sadly by no means novel. In relation to genocide, the court has indicated provisional measures in analogous circumstances to these. In the Gambia case, where, as here, a state sought provisional measures on the basis of the erga omnes right that the Genocide Convention be complied with. Also in respect of genocide, the court did the same in the Bosnia and Ukraine cases. And most recently, this court further accepted the erga omnes character of parties' rights in relation to the Torture Convention. So South Africa respectfully contends that in this case, the rights of the Palestinians in Gaza are no less worthy of this court's considerable protective power under Article 41 to issue provisional measures. This court cannot but find, as it did in the Gambia case, where this court held that there is a correlation between the rights of members of groups protected under the Genocide Convention, the obligations incumbent on states parties thereto, and the right of any state party to seek compliance therewith by another state party. South Africa's request therefore complies with Article 41 of this court statute and engages the power of this court to preserve by such measures the rights which may subsequently be adjudged by it to belong to either party. South Africa requests this court to discharge that critical protective power, and South Africa does so by virtue of its own clear right and solemn obligations held towards the international community as a whole.
Am I allowed to smoke weed on YouTube?
To indicate one or more provisional measures, there must also be a link between the rights, the protection of which is sought, and the provisional measure being requested. Such a link manifestly exists, we say, between the rights claimed by South Africa in its application and the provisional measures requested, which are directly linked to the rights which form the subject matter of the dispute. The provisional measures sought therefore ensure the protection of rights which might ultimately form the basis of a judgment in the exercise of the court's jurisdiction in due course. The rights at stake in these proceedings are certainly at least plausible, grounded in a possible interpretation of the Convention, and as the Convention imposes on parties
just don't call it weed. Yeah, I just call it
to prevent and punish genocide under Article 1, and in doing so intends to protect groups and parts of groups from genocide. The Convention was designed to protect both states, parties, and human groups. When acts in breach of the Convention are perpetrated, it is the fundamental rights of people and the relevant group that are violated.
What color is my kufiya? This is the Palestinian kufiya from Herbawi, so has the Palestinian colors. It has red, green, black, white. Wait. Red, black, white, green. I have this one in the black and white one. I really want the white and red one.
Fundamental rights of Palestinians in Gaza would be the subject of any judgment by this court on the merits. Madam President, members of the court, to find otherwise will not only be to treat Palestinians differently as less worthy of protection than others, it would also be for the court to unduly limit its own competence, to turn its back upon its extensive prior jurisprudence, and to close its eyes to the breach of the rights which lie at the heart of the Convention and which breaches are taking place in Gaza right now as I close. Madam President, I ask you now to call Ms. Negrali KC to the podium, who will address you on a risk of further genocidal acts, the risk of irreparable harm and urgency, and I thank you for your attention.
I thank Professor du Plessis, and I now invite Ms. Binglini Negrali to take the floor. You have the floor, madam.
Madame la Présidente. Madam President, members of the court, it is a great honour for me to appear before the court once again. It is also both a privilege and a weighty responsibility for me to represent South Africa in this case of such severe gravity. It is my task to examine the urgency and the risk of irreparable harm to the rights claimed, the final two conditions to be met for the court to indicate provisional measures. Before that, I should like to address South Africa's sincere apologies to the Francophone members of the court for not having made any of its submissions in French. South Africa would ask you not to regard this as a lack of courtesy on its part. If you will allow, I shall now continue my pleadings in English.
Madam President, members of the court, there is an urgent need for provisional measures to protect Palestinians in Gaza from the irreparable prejudice caused by Israel's violations of the Genocide Convention. The United Nations Secretary-General and its chiefs describe the situation in Gaza variously as a crisis of humanity, a living hell, a bloodbath, a situation of utter deepening and unmatched horror, where an entire population is besieged and under attack, denied access to the essentials for survival on a massive scale. As the United Nations Under-Secretary-General for Humanitarian Affairs stated last Friday, and I quote, "Gaza has become a place of death and despair. Families are sleeping in the open as temperatures plummet. Areas where civilians were told to relocate for their safety have come under relentless bombardment. Medical facilities are under relentless attack. The few hospitals that are partially functional are overwhelmed with trauma cases, critically short of all supplies, and inundated by desperate people seeking safety. A public health disaster is unfolding. Infectious diseases are spreading in overcrowded shelters as sewers spill over.
Ugh.
Some 180 women are giving birth daily amidst this chaos. People are facing the highest levels of food insecurity ever recorded. Famine is around the corner. For children in particular, the last 12 weeks have been traumatic. No food, no water, no school, nothing but the terrifying sounds of war, day in and day out. Gaza has simply become uninhabitable. Its people are witnessing daily threats to their very existence, while the world watches on." End quote. The court has heard of the horrific death toll and of the more than 7,000 Palestinian men, women and children reported missing, presumed dead, or dying slow, excruciating deaths trapped under the rubble. Reports of field executions and torture and ill-treatment are mounting, as are images of decomposing bodies of Palestinian men, women and children left unburied where they were killed, some being picked upon by animals. It is becoming ever clearer that huge swathes of Gaza, entire towns, villages, refugee camps, are being wiped from the map. As you have heard, but it bears repeating, according to the World Food Programme, 4 out of 5 people in the world in famine or a catastrophic type of hunger are in Gaza right now. Indeed, experts warn that deaths from starvation and disease risk significantly outstripping deaths from bombings. The daily statistics stand as clear evidence of the urgency and of the irreparable prejudice. On the basis of the current figures, on average, 247 Palestinians are being killed and are at risk of being killed each day, many of them literally blown to pieces. They include 48 mothers each day, 2 every hour, and over 117 children each day, leading UNICEF to call Israel's actions a war on children. On current rates which show no sign of abating, each day, over 3 medics, 2 teachers, more than 1 United Nations employee, and more than 1 journalist will be killed, many while at work, or in what appear to be targeted attacks on their family homes or where they are sheltering. The risk of famine will increase each day. Each day, an average of 629 people will be wounded, some multiple times over, as they move from place to place, desperately seeking sanctuary. Each day, over 10 Palestinian children will have one or both legs amputated, many without anesthetic. Each day, on current rates, an average of 3,900 Palestinian homes will be damaged or destroyed. More mass graves will be dug. More cemeteries will be bulldozed and bombed, and corpses violently exhumed, denying even the dead any dignity or peace. Each day, ambulances, hospitals, and medics will continue to be attacked and killed. The first responders who have spent 3 months without international assistance, trying to dig families out of the rubble with their bare hands, will continue to be targeted. On current figures, 1 will be killed almost every second day, sometimes in attacks launched against those attending the scene to rescue the wounded. Each day, yet more desperate people will be forced to relocate from where they are sheltering, or will be bombed in places where they have been told to evacuate to. Entire multi-generational families will be obliterated. And yet more Palestinian children will become WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family, the terrible new acronym born out of Israel's genocidal assault on the Palestinian population in Gaza. There is an urgent need for provisional measures to prevent imminent, irreparable prejudice to the rights in issue in this case. There could not be a clearer or more compelling case. In the words of the Commissioner General of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, there must be an end to the decimation of Gaza and of its people. Turning to the Court's case law, as the Court has recently reaffirmed, and I quote, "The condition of urgency is met when acts susceptible of causing irreparable prejudice can occur at any moment before the Court makes a final decision on the case," end quote. That is precisely the situation here. Any of those matters to which I have referred can and are occurring at any moment. United Nations Security Council resolutions demanding, quote, "the immediate, safe, unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance at scale throughout Gaza and full, rapid, safe and unhindered humanitarian access," end quote, remain unimplemented.
Jeez.
United Nations General Assembly resolutions calling for a humanitarian ceasefire have been ignored. The situation could not be more urgent. Since these proceedings were initiated on the 29th of December 2023 alone, an estimated over 1,703 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza and over 3,252 injured. As to the criterion of irreparable prejudice, for decades now, the Court has repeatedly found it to be satisfied in situations where serious risks arise to human life or to other fundamental rights. In the cases of Georgia, Russia, and Armenia, Azerbaijan, the Court ordered provisional measures, having found a serious risk of irreparable prejudice where hundreds of thousands of people had been forced from their homes. In ordering provisional measures in the latter case, the Court noted the context of, I quote, "the long-standing exposure of the population to a situation of vulnerability, including hindrances to the importation of essential goods, causing shortages of food, medicine, and other life-saving medical supplies," end quote. In Gaza, as you have heard, nearly 2 million people, over 85% of the population, have been repeatedly forced to flee their
Free
homes
Palestine?
and shelters, not just once or twice, but some 3, 4 or more times over, into shrinking slivers of land where they continue to be bombed and killed.
Thank you, Risk, for the $40. And I think those are supposed to be emotes that they replaced with question marks, I'm guessing. That's so sweet. Thank you for the very generous donation. Thank you. We need to get our bun claps back, chat. We need to get our bun claps back. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Free Palestine, I guess? Yes, free Palestine. Supposed to be a flag.
This
Okay,
is
yeah.
a population that Israel had already made vulnerable through 16 years of military blockade and crippling de-development. Today, Israel's hindrances to the import of food and essential items have brought Gaza to the brink of famine, with adults, mothers, fathers, grandparents regularly foregoing food for the day so that children can eat at least something. Medicine shortages and the lack of medical treatment, clean water and electricity are so great that large numbers of Palestinians are dying or are at imminent risk of dying preventable deaths. Cancer and other services have long shut down. Women are undergoing cesarean sections without anaesthetic in barely functioning hospitals, described as scenes from a horror movie, with many undergoing otherwise unnecessary hysterectomies in an attempt to save their lives. In the Canada-Syria torture case, the court made clear that, I quote, individuals subject to torture and other acts of cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment are at serious risk of irreparable prejudice. Well, Palestinians in Gaza are also at risk of such irreparable prejudice, with videos of Palestinian boys and men rounded up and stripped and degraded broadcast to the world, alongside footage of serious bodily harm and accounts of serious mental harm and humiliation. In Qatar, United Arab Emirates, the court considered provisional measures to be justified, having regard to the risk of irreparable prejudice deriving from factors such as people being forced to leave their places of residence without the possibility of return, the psychological distress of temporary or potentially ongoing separation from their families, and the harm associated with students being prevented from taking their exams. If provisional measures were justified there, how could they not be in Gaza, where countless families have been separated, with some family members evacuating under Israeli military orders and others staying behind at extreme risk to care for the wounded, infirm and the elderly, where husbands, fathers and sons are being rounded up and separated from their families, taken to unknown locations for indeterminate periods of time. In the Qatar case, the court issued a provisional order where harm to approximately 150 students was an issue. In Gaza, 625,000 school children have not attended school for 3 months, with the United Nations Security Council expressing deep concern, I quote, that the disruption of access to education has a dramatic impact on children and that conflict has lifelong effects on their physical and mental health. Almost 90,000 Palestinian university students cannot attend at university in Gaza. Over 60% of schools, almost all universities, and countless bookshops and libraries have been damaged or destroyed, and hundreds of teachers and academics have been killed, including deans of universities and leading Palestinian scholars, obliterating the very prospects for the future education of Gaza's children and young people. Notably, the court has found provisional measures to be justified in all 3 cases where they were previously sought in relation to violations of the Genocide Convention. It did so in Bosnia and Serbia in 1993, finding on the basis of evidence that was certainly no more compelling than that presently before the court, that it was sufficient to determine that there was, and I quote, a grave risk of acts of genocide being committed. The court found provisional measures to be justified in the Gambia-Myanmar case on the basis of a risk of irreparable prejudice to the Rohingya.
What does irreparable prejudice mean?
Mass killings, as well as beatings, the destruction of villages and homes, denial of access to food, shelter, and other essentials of life. More recently, in indicating provisional measures in Ukraine-Russia, the court considered that Russia's military activities had, quote, resulted in numerous civilian deaths and injuries, and caused significant material damage, including the destruction of buildings and infrastructure, end quote, giving rise to a risk of irreparable prejudice. The court had regard to the fact that, quote, attacks are ongoing and are creating increasingly difficult living conditions for the civilian population, end quote, which it considered to be extremely vulnerable. The court also considered the fact that, I quote again, many persons have no access to the most basic foodstuffs, potable water, electricity, essential medicines or heating, and that many were attempting to flee under extremely insecure conditions. This is occurring in Gaza on a much more intensive scale to a besieged, trapped, terrified population that has nowhere safe to go. Lest the contrary be suggested, it is clear from Ukraine-Russia that the fact that the urgent risk of irreparable harm arises in a situation of armed conflict does not undermine, much less preclude, a request for provisional measures. That's also clear from the court's other judgments. So in the case of armed activities on the territory of the Congo, for example, the court ordered provisional measures based on its finding that, quote, persons, assets and resources present on the territory of the Congo, particularly in the area of conflict, remain extremely vulnerable, and that there was a serious risk that rights at issue in the case may suffer irreparable prejudice, end quote. Similarly, in Costa Rica, Nicaragua, the court indicated provisional measures in part on the basis that the presence of troops in the disputed territory gave rise, I quote, to a real and present risk of incidents liable to cause irremediable harm in the form of bodily injury or death, end quote.
Be right.
In relation to the Genocide Convention in particular,
dude writing blame Hamas every time he reaches for the pen. I really do wonder like what he's writing down and like what his plan is. He's just like, all right, so we gotta talk about Hamas here. Like, yeah, he just keeps underlining blame Hamas every like, is that the incompetent lawyer guy? Was that the guy that dropped all the papers or whatever, shuffled the papers?
The court recalled in Gambia, Myanmar, that, quote, states parties expressly confirmed their willingness to consider genocide as a crime under international law, which they must prevent and punish independently of the context of peace or of war in which it takes place, end quote. More recently, in the case of Guyana, Venezuela, the court considered that the serious risk of Venezuela, quote, acquiring and exercising control and administration of the territory in dispute, end quote, gave rise to a risk of irreparable prejudice to the rights asserted in the case. Similar factors are an issue here, having regard to the territorial ambitions and settlement plans for Gaza being raised by members of the Israeli government, and the relationship of those factors to the very survival of Palestinians in Gaza as such. Similarly, any scaling up by Israel of access of humanitarian relief to Gaza in response to these proceedings or otherwise would be no answer to South Africa's request for provisional measures. In the case of Iran, United States, the court found a risk of irreparable harm from the exposure of individuals to danger to health and life caused by restrictions placed on medicines and medical devices, foodstuffs, and other goods required for humanitarian needs. That was notwithstanding the assurances offered by the United States for it to expedite the consideration of humanitarian issues, and notwithstanding the fact that essentials were in any event exempt from the United States sanctions. The court considered that the assurances were, I quote, not adequate to address fully the humanitarian and safety concerns raised, and that there remained a risk that measures adopted by the United States may entail irreparable consequences. In Armenia, Azerbaijan, unilateral undertakings to alleviate restrictions alongside the full resumption of humanitarian and commercial deliveries did not defeat requests for the indication of provisional measures. The court was clear that while contributing, quote, towards mitigating the imminent risk of irreparable prejudice resulting from the military operation, those developments did not remove the risk entirely. Indeed, in Georgia, Russia, the court made clear that it considers a serious risk to subsist where, quote, the situation is unstable and could rapidly change. The court considered, quote, given the ongoing tension and the absence of an overall settlement to the conflict in this region, populations also remain vulnerable, end quote. Israel continues to deny that it is responsible for the humanitarian crisis it has created, even as Gaza starves. The aid it has belatedly begun to allow in is wholly inadequate and does not come anywhere close to the average 500 trucks being permitted daily before October 2023, even under the blockade. Any unilateral undertakings Israel might seek to give about future aid would not remove the risk of irreparable prejudice, not least considering Israel's past and current conduct towards the Palestinian people, including the 16 years of brutal siege on Gaza. In any event, as the United Nations Secretary-General has made absolutely clear, it is a mistake to measure, quote, the effectiveness of the humanitarian operation in Gaza based on the number of trucks allowed in. As he stressed, I quote, the real problem is that the way Israel is conducting this offensive means that the conditions for the effective delivery of humanitarian aid no longer exist. That would require security, staff who can work in safety, logistical capacity, and the resumption of commercial activity. It requires electricity and steady communications. All of these remain absent, end quote. Indeed, only shortly after Israel opened the Kerem Shalom crossing to goods in late December 2023, it was struck in a drone attack, killing 5 Palestinians and leading to another temporary closure. Nowhere and nobody is safe. As the United Nations Secretary-General and all its chiefs have made clear, without a halt to Israel's military operations, crossings, aid convoys and humanitarian workers, like everyone and everything else in Gaza, remain at imminent risk of further irreparable prejudice. An unprecedented 148 United Nations staff have been killed to date. Without a halt to Israel's military activity in Gaza, there will be no end to the extreme situation facing Palestinian civilians. Madam President, members of the Court, if the indication of provisional measures was justified on the facts in those cases I have cited, how could it not be here, in a situation of much greater severity, where the imminent risk of irreparable harm is so much greater? how could they not be justified in a situation that humanitarian veterans from crises spanning as far back as the killing fields of Cambodia, people who, in the words of the United Nations Secretary-General, have seen everything, if they say it is so utterly unprecedented that they are out of words to describe it? It would be a complete departure from the long and established line of jurisprudence that this court has firmly established and recently reconfirmed for the court not to order provisional measures in this case. The imminent risk of death, harm and destruction that Palestinians in Gaza face today and that they risk every day during the pendency of these proceedings, on any view justifies, indeed compels, the indication of provisional measures. Some might say that the very reputation of international law, its ability and willingness to bind and to protect all peoples equally, hangs in the balance. But the Genocide Convention is about much more than legal precedent. It is also fundamentally about the confirmation and endorsement of elementary principles of morality. The court recalled the 1946 General Assembly resolution on the crime of genocide, which made clear that, I quote, "Genocide is a denial of the right of existence of entire human groups, as homicide is the denial of the right to live of individual human beings. Such denial of the right of existence shocks the conscience of mankind, results in great losses to humanity in the form of cultural and other contributions represented by these human groups, and is contrary to moral law and to the spirit and aims of the United Nations," end quote. Notwithstanding the Genocide Convention's recognition of the need to rid the world of the odious scourge of genocide, the international community has repeatedly failed. It failed the people of Rwanda. It had failed the Bosnian people and the Rohingya, prompting this court to take action. It failed again by ignoring the early warnings of the grave risk of genocide to the Palestinian people, sounded by international experts since 19th of October of last year. The international community continues to fail the Palestinian people, despite the overt, dehumanizing, genocidal rhetoric by Israeli governmental and military officials, matched by the Israeli army's actions on the ground. Despite the horror of the genocide against the Palestinian people being live-streamed from Gaza to our mobile phones, computers, and television screens, the first genocide in history where its victims are broadcasting their own destruction in real time in the desperate, so far vain hope that the world might do something. Gaza represents nothing short of a moral failure, as described by the usually circumspect International Committee of the Red Cross. As underscored by United Nations chiefs, that failure has, I quote, repercussions not just for the people of Gaza, but for the generations to come who will never forget these over 90 days of hell and assaults on the most basic precepts of humanity. As stated by a United Nations spokesperson in Gaza last week, at the site of a hospital clearly marked with the symbol of the Red Crescent, where 5 Palestinians, including a 5-day-old baby, had just been killed. The world should be absolutely horrified. The world should be absolutely outraged. There is no safe space in Gaza, and the world should be ashamed. Madam President, members of the court, in conclusion, I share with you 2 photographs. The first is of a whiteboard at a hospital in northern Gaza, one of the many Palestinian hospitals targeted, besieged and bombed by Israel over the course of the past 3 brutal months. The whiteboard is wiped clean of no longer possible surgical cases, leaving only a handwritten message by a Médecins Sans Frontières doctor, which reads, "We did what we could. Remember us." The second photograph is of the same whiteboard after an Israeli strike on the hospital on the 21st of November that killed the author of the message, Dr. Mahmoud Abu Nujayla, along with 2 of his colleagues. Just over a month later, in a powerful sermon delivered from a church in Bethlehem on Christmas Day, the same day Israel had killed 250 Palestinians, including at least 86 people, many from the same family, massacred in a single strike on Maghazi refugee camp. Palestinian pastor Mundhir Ishaq addressed his congregation and the world, and he said, and I quote, "Gaza as we know it no longer exists. This is an annihilation. This is a genocide. We will rise. We will stand up again from the midst of destruction, as we have always done as Palestinians, though this is by far maybe the biggest blow we have received." But he said, "No apologies will be accepted after the genocide. What has been done has been done. I want you to look in the mirror and ask, where was I when Gaza was going through a genocide?" South Africa is here, before this court, in the Peace Palace. It has done what it could. It is doing what it can by initiating these proceedings, by seeking interim measures against itself as well as against Israel. South Africa now respectfully and humbly calls on this honourable court to do what is in its power to do, to indicate the provisional measures that are so urgently required to prevent further irreparable harm to the Palestinian people in Gaza, whose hopes, including for their very survival, are now vested in this court.
Madam President, members of the court, I should like to thank you for your kind attention. I ask that you call Professor Lowe, KC, to the podium now to describe the provisional measures sought by South Africa on behalf of the Palestinian people.
So this is the...
I thank Ms. Negrali, and I now invite Professor Von...
So this is going to be what South Africa is asking for. They're like, find them guilty of genocide. This is what I'm taking, by the way. This is just my bimbo opinion of what's going on. If you find Israel guilty by the the stipulations that we've outlined, then these are the measures that we want you to what's the word I'm looking for? Execute? Partake in? That's not the word. This is what we want you to do.
Von Lowe to address the court.
Enforce, yeah, sure.
Madam President, members of the court, it's a privilege to appear before you and an honour to do so on behalf of the Republic of South Africa. This case is brought under Article 9 of the Genocide Convention, which entitles any contracting party to the convention to submit to the court disputes relating to the interpretation, application or fulfilment of the convention. The court does not at this stage have to determine whether or not Israel has or has not acted contrary to its obligations under the Genocide Convention. That can only be done at the merits stage. It's concerned now only with the question of what provisional measures are required pending the court's final decision on the merits. The court's jurisprudence points to...
Did I get it wrong? I don't really know what he just said. Did I get that wrong?
5 requirements.
Ultimately, I'm pretty confused.
For the ordering of provisional measures. question that can only be not at this stage or fulfillment of the convention. The court does not at this stage have to determine whether or not Israel has or has not acted contrary to its obligations under the Genocide Convention. That can only be done at the merits stage. It's concerned now only with the question of what provisional measures are required pending the court's final decision on the merits.
Okay.
The court's jurisprudence points to 5 requirements for the ordering of provisional measures. The first is...
Yeah. He said we're not asking the courts to make decisions right now, but we want these provisional measures. Yeah, he's saying like when we get to that stage, that's when those decisions are going to be made. What I'm saying right now is when those decisions are made, this is what we're asking for. Upon your decision, I keep saying South Africa instead of Israel. They're very different. Upon your decision that Israel is plausibly conducting a genocide, right? Have you tried putting on a fancy wig? Might help you understand. I was actually thinking about wearing a wig one of these days. Because like I have my wigs, I just don't wear them anymore. One of them is I bought it for Fable scraps, and I'm not doing Fable scraps anymore because Twitch banned me. So until that gets fixed, if it ever gets fixed, I have this wig.
Is that there
Maybe I should wear it.
Prima facie jurisdiction. And that was addressed by Professor Dugard. The second is that there should be a link between the measures requested.
Wait, they're asking for measures to be taken before the court decides? No. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I don't want to get this wrong because I'm a fucking broadcaster that's like making summaries, and if someone's not paying attention, they're going to listen to me and believe what I'm saying versus what the guy is saying. Look, we'll decide whether or not there's genocide, but regardless, we ask the court to decide this right now.
All
right, let's listen to one more time.
Application.
One more fucking time.
This honor to do so on behalf of the Republic of South Africa. This case is brought under Article 9 of the Genocide Convention, which entitles any contracting party to the convention to submit to the court disputes relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the convention. The court does not at this stage have to determine whether or not Israel has or has not acted contrary to its obligations under the Genocide Convention. That can only be done at the merits stage. It's concerned now only with the question of what provisional measures are required pending the court's final decision on the merits.
Provisional measures are the things that need to happen in the meantime before the decision. Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, so I was wrong about that. He's not saying these are the things that we need to do once the decision's made. He's saying we need to do these things now while we're making the decision. Gotcha. Thank you for correcting that. I appreciate it. See, chat, together we can do anything. Together, chat. When we put our chatter heads together and my streamer head, we can do anything. We can do anything. They want provisional measures, i.e. do these things now before you go through the whole process because it could take years to get through all the legal hurdles. Gotcha. We combine our brains into a stream hive mind. Basically, they're asking for an injunction on the genocide. Okay, so listen to the measure. They're immediate and injunctive, interrupting the current actions. That's what an injunction is. I don't even know what an injunction is. So they're saying do this shit now before we get to while we're arguing about the genocide thing. Got it.
The court's jurisprudence points to 5 requirements for the ordering of provisional measures.
So wait, who judges on whether or not we do provisional measurements? If he says provisional measurement is You get me a new pony. Does he get a new pony? Like, who decides? Wouldn't there have to be a decision process for the provisional measures? I don't even know what's going on. I'm just here for pretty lady. I understand. The judges, but do they do it like right now? Like, this court. Okay, first of all, relax. One. But two, but like, when does the decision get made? I guess what I'm lacking is like a blueprint of like how this whole procedure goes. I don't know about you, chat, but I don't really know how the international court proceeds. I don't have a lot of experience watching a country be tried for genocide on live TV. I'm not really that experienced with this. This may shock some of you. But okay, so the court will decide at a certain point.
The first is that there should be prima facie jurisdiction, and that was addressed by Professor Dugard. The second is that there should be a link between the measures requested and the rights underlying the main claim. This requirement is plainly satisfied.
This is legalese.
The measures request an order that Israel does not violate the very rights secured by the Genocide Convention as set out in South Africa's application. The third is the plausibility of the rights that are claimed. Professor Duplessis explained that this is clearly satisfied. The rights claimed are the very core of the Convention, notably the right not to be killed or seriously harmed, and the right of the group not to be physically destroyed. Fourth and fifth, there must be a risk of irreparable prejudice capable of arising prior to the final determination of the dispute, and there must be urgency. Ms. Negroli addressed those points. Israel has, for over 3 months, been mounting a continuous siege and bombardment of Gaza of a ferocity and duration that can only be seen as an attempt to destroy Gaza and its citizens. And it is publicly asserting that it will continue to do so. You are aware of the scale of the death and the scale of the destruction, and it is continuing at this very minute. The court has said that, quote, a state's obligation to prevent genocide and the corresponding duty to act arise at the instant that the state learns of, or should normally have learned of, the existence of a serious risk that genocide will be committed. From that moment onwards, if a state has available to it means likely to have a deterrent effect on those suspected of preparing genocide or reasonably suspected of harboring specific intent, it is under a duty to make such use of those means as the circumstances permit, end quote. And that is what South Africa has done by making this application. In cases such as Lagrande, Avena, Jadav, this court has exercised its power to order provisional measures, having regard to the impact not only of provisional measures on the state's parties to a case, but also to the impact on the individuals directly affected and their rights. It has issued orders to restrain states from killing individuals in a manner alleged to violate international law. And that is what South Africa is requesting, after more than 23,000 individuals have already been killed in the siege and bombardment of Gaza, the overwhelming majority of them innocent men, women, and children. The court also issues orders to safeguard the integrity of its proceedings and the efficacy of its final ruling. In the Bosnia genocide case, for example, you ordered that the parties, quote, not take any action and ensure that no action is taken which may aggravate or extend the existing dispute over the prevention or punishment of the crime of genocide, or render it more difficult of solution, end quote. Without such non-aggravation orders, there is a real risk that a respondent will rush to complete its unlawful conduct before the court's final ruling, thus rendering the ruling and the court an irrelevance. Well, South Africa has kept its application in this case within the scope of the convention. First, some will ask why South Africa does not seek any court order against Hamas. This case concerns Israel's actions in Gaza, which is territory that 3 weeks ago in Resolution 2720, the UN Security Council stressed is, quote, an integral part of the territory occupied in 1967, end quote, by Israel. As the court will understand, Hamas is not a state and cannot be a party to the Genocide Convention and cannot be a party to these proceedings.
The Israeli guy's thinking very visibly.
Bodies and processes.
It's like, oh, fuck.
In respect
shit, my whole case depends on talking about Hamas, and he just said I can't do that? Fuck. Fuck.
Atrocities and against other actors. And they are no doubt considering what they should do. But as a matter of law, under the convention, South Africa cannot request an order from this court against Hamas. Secondly, South Africa understands that not all violence constitutes genocide. Acts of ethnic cleansing, collective punishment, the targeting of civilians, attacks on hospitals and other war crimes are all unlawful. But they do not always violate the Genocide Convention. Genocide requires an intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group. But the fact that what Israel is doing in Gaza may also constitute war crimes or crimes against humanity is no defense and no bar to a charge of genocide.
Israel is just like, listen, we're committing crimes against humanity. So it's like a double jeopardy thing. You can't get us on the other stuff. He's saying, yes, you can get us. You can get them on the other stuff. You can both be doing crimes against humanity at the same time as doing a genocide.
South Africa has set out its request for relief in paragraph 111 of its application and its request for provisional measures in paragraph 144. The reasoning behind the requests is pragmatic. The first two paragraphs of the provisional measures request call for the suspension of Israel's military operations in and against Gaza. Israel's continuing operation in Gaza since the 7th of October attack is the focus of this case. Minister Lamola has recalled the fact that South Africa has condemned the 7th of October attack. Israel says that Palestine and Palestinians are not its target and that its aim is to destroy Hamas. But months of continuous bombing, flattening entire residential blocks, and cutting off food and water and electricity and communications to an entire population cannot credibly be argued to be a manhunt for members of Hamas. It is an indiscriminate attack, killing, maiming, and terrorizing the entire population of Gaza with no regard to questions of innocence or guilt, obliterating the homes and cities in which they live, and destroying any practical possibility of their return to make their homes amidst the rubble. Israel's actions both attack Palestinians in Gaza directly and also prevents humanitarian relief reaching them. Palestinians face death from continuing bombardments and shootings, and death from starvation and disease, which is even more indiscriminate, but usually slower. In recent days, the United States has said again that far too many civilians are being killed. And the UN Secretary General.
Wait a minute.
And the
What are these little ribbons? Are these stand-ins for like the gold stars of David that they've been wearing? Or is everyone wearing them for some reason?
UN Undersecretary for Humanitarian Affairs and the Commissioner General of the UN Relief and Works Agency have asserted that it is imperative to halt military operations in order to enable the effective delivery of humanitarian relief. And that is why South Africa has requested an order for the immediate suspension of Israel's military operations in and against Gaza. It is the only way to secure the humanitarian response and avoid yet more unnecessary death and destruction. There is a point to emphasize. It's not
a bunch of people. Okay, chat. I understand that you're saying that they're what Israel's wearing, and I appreciate that. But like, it's not just like, oh, they just decided on a ribbon. Like, I'm pretty sure they're trying to do one of these. I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing. But they know that this is like the worst PR fucking ever.
no use Israel saying that it does whatever it can to minimize the deaths of innocent men, women and children. The use of 2,000-pound bunker-busting bombs and dumb bombs in residential areas and the relentless bombardment of Gaza and even of so-called safe areas to which Palestinians have been directed by Israel tell another story. But that is not the only point. It's not just a question of scale and of indiscriminate killing. It's also a question of intention. If any military operation, no matter how carefully it's carried out, is carried out pursuant to an intention to destroy a people in whole or in part, it violates the Genocide Convention, and it must stop. And that is why all military operations capable of violating the Genocide Convention must cease. The third request is for an order that both Israel and South Africa, in accordance with their obligations under the Genocide Convention in relation to the Palestinian people, take all reasonable measures to prevent genocide. The fourth and fifth measures then spell out these general obligations in terms of the specific instances of offences listed in Articles 1, 2 and 3 of the Convention. The sixth requested measure addresses the fact that, aside from its own acts, the government of Israel is legally bound to prevent and punish others who engage in or incite or actively support conduct that violates the Genocide Convention. Until the reported intervention of the Attorney General 36 hours ago, Israeli authorities appear to have done practically nothing to stop the flow of genocidal rhetoric, including statements emanating from the ranks of public officials.
Weird.
Indeed, the toleration, even normalization of such incitement has become a matter of concern within Israel itself. And that is why this measure is sought. This case is important. Lives are at stake. Israel's credibility and reputation are at stake.
They're gone, though. Those are gone.
Evidence that could determine whether or not particular acts violate the Genocide Convention is being lost or destroyed, while fact-finders and foreign journalists are unable to report freely from Gaza. Hence the seventh request, which is for an order directing the preservation of evidence. And finally, South Africa asks that the court require specific reports from Israel on what it is doing to implement the order. General assurances are not enough. Reports published via the court are an essential element of accountability. I should address the question of self-defense. In its advisory opinion in the Wall case, the court noted that the threat that Israel had argued justified the construction of the wall was not imputable to a foreign state, but emanated from territory, the occupied Palestinian territory, over which Israel itself exercises control. For those reasons, the court decided, as a matter of international law, the right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter, the UN Charter, had no relevance in such circumstances. 20 days ago, the Security Council affirmed yet again that Gaza is occupied territory. Though Israel refers to a complete withdrawal from Gaza, it has retained control over Gaza, over access by land and sea and air, and over key governmental functions and supplies of water and electricity. The tightness of its grip may have varied, but no one can doubt the continuous reality of Israel's grip on Gaza. The court's legal holding from 2004 holds good, and a similar point is to be made here. What Israel is doing in Gaza, it is doing in territory under its own control. Its actions are enforcing its occupation. The law on self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter has no application. But that is not the main point. The main point is much simpler.
Thank you, Yucca Mountain Johnny. Thanks for the $10. That was very sweet. You're very welcome for stream. We're going to be ending soon. But what he just said was, because Israel is occupying Palestine, Israel cannot claim self-defense. This is like something that international law has already dictated, and like something that Israel just flatly just ignores and just keeps saying self-defense, Israeli defense forces. But you cannot claim self-defense legally. against a people who you are occupying. If you care about legality of those types of things, you know. Which I find to be wonderfully rich, because like, what has the fucking international community done when Israel continues to be Israel and continues occupying Palestine and continually claims the right to self-defense? Like, it's illegal, and then everyone goes, well, stop that. Oh, you...
It is that no matter how monstrous or appalling an attack or provocation, genocide is never a permitted response. Every use of force, whether used in self-defense or in enforcing an occupation or in policing operations or otherwise, must stay within the limits set by international law, including the explicit duty in Article 1 of the Convention to prevent genocide. South Africa believes that the publicly available evidence of the scale of the destruction resulting from the bombardment of Gaza and the deliberate restriction of food, water, medicines, and electricity available to the population of Gaza demonstrates that the government of Israel, not Jewish people or Israeli citizens, the government of Israel and its military is intent on destroying the Palestinians in Gaza as a group and is doing nothing to prevent or punish the actions of others who support that aim. And I repeat, the point is not simply that Israel is acting disproportionately. The point is that the prohibition on genocide is an absolute, a peremptory rule of law. Nothing can ever justify genocide. No matter what some individuals within the group of Palestinians in Gaza may have done, and no matter how great the threat to Israeli citizens might be, genocidal attacks on the whole of Gaza and the whole of its population with the intent of destroying them cannot be justified. And no exception can be made in a provisional measures order to allow a state to engage in actions that are capable of violating its obligations under the Genocide Convention. It is unthinkable that a court would ever do such a thing. That is the simple point in this case. Genocide can never be justified in any circumstances. Israel's actions will be examined closely and methodically at the merit stage, when the court will want to hear what Israel has to say in its defense. What matters now is that the evidence indicates that Israel's actions have violated its obligations under the Genocide Convention, that they continue to violate them, and that Israel has asserted that it intends to continue them. Israel may say that it will comply with all of its obligations under the Genocide Convention and that orders from the court are not necessary.
First stream I got to see Liv. Glad to see you still streaming.
See Liv. Thank you, visitor. Thank you, visitor. Thank you for the $30. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That was very sweet. I'm glad you could find me live too.
In previous cases, the court has held that such unilateral statements do not remove the risk of irreparable
Bye, Chris. Thanks for hanging out.
Or obviate the need for a court order. In this case, one reason for doubting the efficacy of any such unilateral undertaking is Israel's apparent inability to see that it has done anything wrong in grinding Gaza and its people into the dust. Another reason is that a departure from or reinterpretation of any unilateral undertaking by Israel may lead to consequences so appalling that the risk simply cannot be taken. But there is a third reason.
Wait, I missed that. What is he talking about? What are the reasons for what?
In this case, one reason for doubting the efficacy of any such unilateral undertaking is that for previous cases, it will the court are not necessary.
Ooh.
But in previous cases...
Yeah, we F for a little bit. We F for a tiny bit. I think we're back. We might have F'd because there's a bad storm where I am. So thanks for hanging in there. We're almost at the end, so hang on.
Cases, the court has held that such unilateral statements do not remove the risk of irreparable prejudice or obviate the need for a court order. In this case, one reason for doubting the efficacy of any such unilateral undertaking is Israel's apparent inability to see that it has done anything wrong in grinding Gaza and its people into the dust. Another reason is that a departure from or reinterpretation of any unilateral undertaking by Israel may lead to consequences so appalling that the risk simply cannot be taken. But there is a third reason. As was noted during the submissions to this court in the case concerning the reservations to the Genocide Convention in 1951, quote, the obligation to submit disputes concerning the interpretation or execution of the Convention to the International Court of Justice was regarded as one of the prime guarantees of the due fulfillment of the basic obligation to prevent and punish the crime of genocide, end quote. The role of the court, which unusually extends not only to the interpretation and application of the Convention, but also to its fulfillment, is pivotal. In addition to their substantive obligations under the Convention, it is vitally important that states respect the court and their procedural obligations. This is not a moment for the court to sit back and be silent. It's necessary that it assert its authority and itself order compliance with the obligations under the Genocide Convention. Indeed, it's hard to think of a case in recent history which has been so important for the future of international law and of this court. Madam President, members of the court, that concludes my submission. I thank you for your attention, and unless I can help you further, I would ask that you call on South Africa's agent to read out the request for relief.
I thank Professor Lowe, and I now invite the agent of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Vusumuzi Madonsela, to address the court. You have the floor, Excellency.
Excellency. So I'm guessing they're going to say, bring in a bunch of aid, right? We're going to talk about the aid, which is
Madam President,
kind of a little more bureaucratic.
It is my honor to read to Your Excellencies the provisional measures that South Africa requests from the court. You have heard the reasons set out which justify the measures being sought. To sum up, the indication of provisional measures is, we recognize, without prejudice to the merits of the underlying claim. Yet, the evidence at this stage indicates grave violence and genocidal acts against the Palestinians in Gaza, in flagrant contravention of the Genocide Convention and in breach of their rights. South Africa has come to this court to prevent genocide and to do so in the discharge of the international obligation that rests on South Africa and all other states under the convention.
If they don't find Israel's intent of genocide, then they have no credibility on the world stage. True. But if they do find Israel's intent of genocide, then that directly undermines the United States' credibility as well, which we all know should have happened yesterday, but the US has continuously vetoed UN resolutions that, like, in the past has continuously vetoed all the UN resolutions that are just like asking for like a crumb of dignity and rights to Palestinian people. And then they vetoed that article, was it 99? Was it Article 99? The article that's like behind the little glass case you push up and then you press the red button, that article where the secretary or something or other of the UN pushed it to get everyone together in an emergency meeting to declare like Gaza a humanitarian crisis, and to be like, we all agree that Gaza needs to receive humanitarian aid, that we need to have a ceasefire and they need to receive humanitarian aid, and the US vetoed it. So I think they were the only party that vetoed it, right? Everyone voted yes, except the United States. Everyone voted yes, except, I believe, was it the UK or Canada that abstained? Someone remind me. I'm so rusty. Chat, I'm on live chat, okay? I'll do top chat and then I'll do live chat. There, now I'm on live chat. Sorry if you missed it. The UK abstained. Okay, so the UK abstained, the US vetoed against it, and everyone else voted yes, ceasefire and give humanitarian aid. So like, if the international, I mean, listen, this is only for people paying attention, but for the people that pay attention, if the international courts are going to find that Israel is in fact committing a genocide this entire time, and the US was the only party that vetoed any stopping of that genocide, like the international courts finding Israel guilty is going to harm the reputation of both, like irreparably harm the reputation of both Israel and the United States. The US needs to be publicly stripped of all credibility. I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I think everyone watching this right now agrees the US is a fucking shit country. Is a extraordinarily oppressive entity. Extraordinarily violent. Hands dripping in the blood of so many oppressed people. That shouldn't come to a shock to anyone watching this program. I'm more interested though in like the more of the official agreeing of this. YouTube not showing all my messages for some reason. I'm just telling you, the more we hate YouTube chat, the more we need to make our own interface that embeds YouTube streams, but allows us to have our own little cozy little chat that we can do our own fun little chat stuff with. Everyone's messages can show up. We can have fun little cute emotes. It'll be very sweet and very cozy. That's what I'm just saying. Germany abstained? Did they? It's so common to find the article where it says he invoked it, but not to find the... Oh yeah, Secretary General. That's what I meant. Secretary General. Rarely use power, use the power, used the power. Just tell me what happened though. Oh my fucking God. Is Germany on the Security Council? Yeah, I don't recall. So the Article 99 is only the UN Security Council countries participate in the vote. So we can at least Google that. China, France, Russia, United Kingdom, United States. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, Germany's not even on the list. Chatter misinformation! Chatter misinformation! Who said it? Who did the chatter misinformation? Which chatter can we tar and feather? Who did it? So I was thinking of the ceasefire vote. Shame! 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 See? That's how we maintain a civil society. We shame. I'm sorry, it's okay. It's fine. It's not a problem. It's just whatever. But I do like to take any and all opportunities to shame my chat.
The consequences
they did an advance abstention by not even be able to vote.
Particularized specific provisional measures and not taking steps to intervene while Israel disregards its international obligations before our eyes.
I think we got the gist of it. Yeah, thank you, Distinguish This. We can have our little chatter haven. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, chat. I would still stream on YouTube. I just would I would still use like the software, the encoding power and all that shit of YouTube. And I would also still have the YouTube chat available so people could like show up there and like chat. But the main hub could be like on my website, which I own the domain of. I just haven't done anything with it. Or to be more specific, one of my mods owns it. Which, you know, by the transitive property, it's mine. That's what I'm planning on doing, but we would have to create a whole thing. But why not me? I'm always the fucking canary in the coal mine. I'm always the one that gets put on the chopping block first. I'm always the one that gets banned for the thing before Twitch makes a whole category for it. I'm the one who gets smeared for saying abolish Israel. Now everyone's saying, well, I hope more people are saying it, but you know what I mean? I'm always the first. Why not this? But you own your mods. That's what I'm saying. By the transitive property. I'm a trailblazer. It's true. I say we shame streamer for being kind and never mind, no shame for streamer. I'm unshameable. Thank you very much for watching all that. So awesome you were able to get it all in one day too. It'll be a good video. I don't think I added anything substantial to it. If you all want to watch it, that's great. But I don't think this is a particularly stellar video because I didn't want to really pause it too much. But I'm glad that we were able to watch it. And I'm glad that at least, you know, I feel like I did the right thing by showing it because it doesn't seem like anyone. Oh, we should play that video that one of you linked. The one where the guy says Hamas. So that was the South Africa testimony, right? But let's watch this one. I haven't seen this. So this is the Israel guy. The Israeli lawyer guy.
Could I ask for a piece of political advice? I put my problem in vent, and I was wondering if you had any thoughts, or you don't have to. I love the stream today, smile.
Yeah, sure.
Hamas, Hamas, Hamas of Hamas, 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 Hamas of Hamas, 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 Hamas.
I don't even know. I think it looped.
Hamas, 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 Hamas to Hamas, at Hamas and Hamas, 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 Hamas. By Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. If Hamas, Hamas, by Hamas, Hamas of Hamas, of Hamas, Hamas, Hamas.
Oh, Hamas. Oh. Matthew, thank you for the $5. Yeah, you can ask for advice. I don't know how good of advice I'll give, but yeah, you can feel free to ask. Thank you for giving Israel a platform here. They are such a small bean. Ooh, yeah, ooh, little ooh, woo, Israel. All right. I can't rate anybody, but thank you, chat, for hanging out with me. I'm going to try to do streams more regularly. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just need to fucking snap out of it. Once I snap out of it, I'll be doing streams more regularly. But I would really, really, really like that like website idea that I was talking about, because y'all have been complaining about the way that YouTube chat works. I think it also might help if I get, if I finally get partnered or whatever the equivalent is on YouTube, whatever they call it, so I can get emotes and shit. That might be nice. You know? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that I could get those. I'm pretty sure we could probably come up with some technology, or if it's probably already made, that allows subscribers to get special emotes on our own website. Like, I'm sure, come on. How hard could it be? All right? How hard could it be? It's a website. You get on there, you type in some code, you put in a program here, put in a loop there, bing, bang, boom, website. How hard is it? What do you mean these emotes are great? This is fucking horrible. Those are like the hype train emotes, but like somehow fucking worse. Somehow worse. Like the stream, share the videos. Yeah, chat, I like my stream. The faster I get, I'll have to do like one more stream soon. And then by then, if we get enough views, I think I have to publish some shorts or something. I don't know. There's some weird hoops I have to jump through, and then I get to be monetized. Computer, build a chat. Computer, build a chat site capable of defeating chat. Oh no. Kira Shorts. Yeah, they're the we have Twitch hype train emotes at home. It's true. Good stream, Streamler. Face red, a heart shape. Also, I turned on the bell, but I didn't get notified of stream. Oh my god, that's annoying as hell. Sorry, I need to stop. Whenever I rewatch my streams, I'm always like doing this because I have untreated ADHD and generally just can't handle life. You know, I need to like, it doesn't make for a good show to see someone doing this. Anyways. All right, chat. Hang out with me in the Discord, discord.gg/Kira chats. And also follow me on the Blue Sky. I need to get a bot going. That's what I need to do next. God, I've got a lot of fucking admin work. Someone write a note for me. Get my bot working. Clean up my alerts. Get the Kira chat site going. Anan! Monthly tip? Wait, you can do that? What the hell? Anan? That is so sweet of you. What the heck? Thank you for the $5 monthly. No Patreon? I can set up a Patreon. I've been trying to figure out which site. With Patreon, I have to like give rewards, and I don't know how to fucking do that. How do I give rewards? What, you want me to draw you a picture, mail it to you? Like, I don't get it. Making these notes, thank you. Get bit working, Care Chat site, Space Hopper on wish list. Can't break my sub chain. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Apparently, Adderall shortage is expected to end sometime in February. Theoretically, oh, thank fucking God. I have been out of Adderall. I haven't been medicated for my ADHD for a year. More than a year. But a solid year. Oh. $5 monthly tips. A month. Okay. You don't need a reward, really. We just help. You're so sweet. Okay, so add to the list. Add making a Patreon. There's this site that I want to use instead of Patreon that Nicotine recommended to me, but I don't. It doesn't have as much like. It doesn't have as much It's not as well known.
Thank you for streaming this string bean.
Demon! Demon set up a monthly tip too! The video is 4 years old now, and I'm still getting harassed by it, by the way. I'm still getting harassed. I am still. People are obsessed with me. You can make a secret Discord channel or roles for Patreons based on tier. I have to just do Patreon. Thank you, Demon, for the $5. That was very sweet. Per month. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, maybe I'll set it up. Okay, so someone make me a list and I'll send it to me and then I'll do it. Added those things to my Kira list, by the way. The highest tier gets my nudes. Nicotine's live. Do you want me to ask her real quick? No. Don't worry about it. I've been talking to Nicotine behind the scenes a ton. You're such a sweetheart, though. You know what you can do? Tell Nicotine I say hello. Tell her your biggest fan in the world says hi, and then you can say it's Kira. You can do that for me. The other side doubles as Nicotine's merch store. Yeah. But the thing is, there's nothing stopping me from using that as a merch store and as well as a Patreon for subscriptions. Whatever. Anyways, I'm just gonna go. Thank you, chat, for being so supportive and nice to me. Yeah. I love you all. Rate today's stream from 1 to 5. 1 being the worst stream you've ever seen in your life. 5 being the best stream you've ever seen in your life. If you don't give me a 5, you have to tell me why. Also, be nice to Idan Simpson. I played Fortnite with him the other day and it was really fun. He was very nice to me. Aw, thank you, Gonzalo. That's very sweet. You're a sweetheart. Aw, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you.
Number 6, get Mubbles to work with the chat.
Anani Chase? Number 6, get Mubbles to work with YouTube chat. You know what? Maybe I will do some Mubbles. Chat has been very good.
For a 5/5 stream.
Here, let's play Fortnite. I don't know. Thank you, Crystal Cap, for the $5 monthly tip, chat. What the heck? Thank you so much. And thank you for the 505 and Anani Chase. I wonder who that could be. Anani Chase. New platform, new union. Yeah, the previous union is defunct, by the way. There is no union. Y'all have to unionize. It's a new location. Everything's new. You got to reunionize. Idan's also the only streamer with the category tag free Kira. Yeah, isn't that so fucking sweet? Thank you, Anani Chase, for the $50. I'll look into the Mubbles. Thank you for the very generous donation. Okay, bye, chat tours. I love you. I'll see you later. Bye.